We're set, Mrs. Powers.
Okay, perfect, thank you. We're going to call this special meeting of the school board to order. We have a quick trim meeting. So if we could all rise for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Ms. Falls, can you do the roll call, please?
Mrs. Roberts?
I'm present.
Mrs. Steffenthaler?
Mrs. Steffenthaler?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to make a statement at this time. I am present, but I do want to, and this is where Mrs. Powers asked me to do this. Although I want to protect the privacy of my family, I believe it's important to share why I am not and have not been physically in attendance for recent meetings. I have an adult child fighting a life-threatening illness at this time. While it is not COVID-related, I must quarantine so I do not expose my child to a potential infection. Traveling to and from Florida requires quarantining at both ends before I can be physically present at the meetings. So I just want you to know that I would be there if I could, but I wanted you to understand the reason why I'm not physically present, but I am participating. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steffenthaler, and you're where you should be taking care of your family. So thank you for being here and taking the time. Continue.
Mr. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. DiTerlizzi? Mrs. Powers?
Present.
Superintendent Gaylord?
Here. Okay, perfect. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Anderson, a second by Ms. Roberts. All those in favor?
Aye.
I can't hear anyone at this point. Dr. Vogel, can you hear clearly?
I can't hear anyone except you, Ms. Steffenthaler. Ms.
After I spoke, was anybody able to hear me speak when I spoke?
Yes, we all hear you very clearly.
Okay. So
Excellent.
Dr. Vogel and I are having a hard time hearing everyone else.
Maybe we have to use into the mic. Speak into the mic.
Yeah, you have to
Okay.
stand up and speak.
So we,
If you're saying anything.
we just
Huh?
made a motion to approve the meeting for, or the agenda for the trim meeting. The motion was made by Mr. Anderson and was seconded by Ms. Roberts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Do I have a motion to approve item 2.01, the advertisement of the 2021 tentative millage and budget?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Anderson, a second by Ms. Roberts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on the advertisement piece of the trim notice? Can you just see if there's anybody out there who would like to speak on this item? Okay, thank you. All right, seeing none, we are going to adjourn this meeting. And we will now call to order the regular meeting of the Martin County School Board. Okay, so we have the agenda. Ms. Steffenthaler, do you have any items that you would like removed for discussion from the consent agenda?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, did you have anything?
No.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the agenda with item number 11.03 moved to item 7.03, 11.04 moved to item 7.02. Items that were added, 4.02, the personnel addendum, and 4.13, the superintendent's recommendation for the revised calendar for 2021 school year. Items updated, 4.01, 5.01, 5.03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 09, 5.13, 7.02 and 3, 7.05, 7.06, 9.01, 14.04, and 14.09. Items pulled for discussion and moved to the regular agenda, 5.03, 5.04, 5.06, 5.07, 5.10, and 7.06. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda with those items moved, added, updated, and pulled for discussion?
I move approval with the changes you just made.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Anderson, a second by Ms. Roberts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I just want you to know, Mrs. Powers, I cannot hear who's making the motion itself, so if they could speak into the microphone, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to repeat it as well, as we.
Okay, because I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'll repeat like I have been who's making the motion in the second. I appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you.
So so we had a motion and a second, and everybody, we voted on that, right? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 5.03, 4, 6, 7, 10, and 7.06 pulled for
And
discussion?
5.10. So I move, this is Lee Roberts. I move approval of the consent agenda with the following items moved to the action agenda: 5.03, 5.04, 5.05, 5.06, 5.07, 7.06, and 5.10.
I second that.
So I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Vogel, you're on the phone, correct? Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
Okay, good. So you're up to talk about our applicants for the superintendent search.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Powers and members of the board. We have a very strong field of candidates that desire to be Martin County's next superintendent. Board members have been provided with a summary document, and for the convenience of the entire community, on the superintendent search portal, and people can go on that portal and they can see the cover letter, the application, the reference letters, and the transcript on every one of these candidates. In the interest of time, I'm just going to provide a brief summary of the applicant pool. We had 45 applicants. 33 have doctorate degrees. These candidates are from 21 states and the District of Columbia. 12 are former superintendents, and 5 are current superintendents. So that is a brief summary of the applicant pool, which the board will have to make a selection from. Are there any questions?
Ms. Roberts?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I believe John is going to cover the next item.
Yes, Ms. Powers, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to kind of briefly review the sample interview schedules that we provided at the last meeting, and I think that Ms. Falls has included them in your agenda for this evening as well. There are three samples you'll see there. One would be if the school board elects 3 finalists to come in for interviews, one for 4 finalists, and one for 5 finalists. The numbers aren't really that relevant right now, but I wanted to kind of touch on a few things and get some tentative direction from the board. At this point, and you can just take any one of those samples, and I'll start on Tuesday, September the 15th, when the candidates arrive. Do we, Chair Powers, have any indication of what hotel the out-of-area candidates might be staying in?
We haven't, we do?
We're working on that.
Diane is working on that for us. So we should have that
Okay, all right.
information pretty quickly.
Right.
Very good. Thank you.
Good. Okay.
Yes. And also on that Tuesday, when the out-of-area candidates and all the candidates are in the area, does the board want to have the finalists have dinner on their own, or would they want to proceed through the search with a host for each of these candidates, and the host takes them out to dinner on that Tuesday evening?
Is there a preference from the board?
So this is Lee Roberts. So what you're saying is your recommended options are either dinner with the host or dinner with, what, the entire board? Is that what you're looking at, or what was?
No, ma'am. It's just dinner on their own because as they kind of prepare for the full Wednesday, so the options would be each finalist just has dinner on their own, or that a host would take them out to dinner, and the host could be a district staff member or community member, whatever the board decides, if you would like to have hosts.
I'm going to say dinner on their own.
And that would be my preference also. Thank you.
I would agree with that. I think at
Very
the point in
good.
time, if it was me, I'd want to be by
That
myself.
often this is Bill. That often works well because some of the candidates might be coming in from a long distance and they might be tired.
Different time.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
That works for
thank
me
you.
also. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. We'll go with that. And if I could, Chair Powers, as we kind of finalize some of these items on this interview schedule when the candidates come into town, we are sometime away, of course, before September 15th, but it'll kind of become clearer as we address different issues. It's kind of like the old Polaroid picture that you take it and then you have to wait a little bit before it focuses. So as we move through the next weeks in working with this, some of these issues will certainly start falling into place. If I could now move, please, to Wednesday, September the 16th. I'm assuming that the board would like to have potentially a breakfast either on site, or we can have the candidates have breakfast at the hotel. And if the board would like to have a brief continental breakfast before the activities start on that Wednesday, there's potentially, a organization that might host that. Certainly it would be limited. It would be social distancing based on the guidelines in place, or we could simply just have the candidates have breakfast at the hotel and then, come ready to start the activities. So if you could kind of clarify if you would like to have breakfast on site, a light continental breakfast, or just indicate to the finalists that they should have breakfast at the hotel.
Lee
I think
Roberts.
it might be nice to have a continental breakfast where we bring everybody together before the day starts. But that would be my opinion.
Okay. Ms. Roberts?
I think my preference would be for them to have dinner or breakfast on their own, the same way they had dinner on their own before we have our each individual interviews, et cetera, and to deal with it that way. But I don't know how my other fellow board members feel.
I would prefer that they probably have breakfast on their own as well.
Okay. So I'm in.
What normally happens too, this is Bill, is that maybe the hotel may have their breakfast at that hotel, and then normally there are just maybe coffee and juice or at the district office before the meetings.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too. We can have something light if they want a cup of coffee or something in between. So we can do something like that for sure. And
Okay, thank you. And then, so what I'm hearing is that we'll just indicate to them that they'll have breakfast at the hotel and just coffee and maybe a light Danish at the district office when they all arrive.
right.
Also, after they arrive and we have kind of that light, coffee and Danish or whatever is provided at the district office, they'll start. One candidate will start their interview with the board at 8:30. That's their interview in front of the entire board, while other candidates will begin their school community tours. So if the board would like to have a school community tour as part of this Wednesday activity, typically we would have a district staff person kind of be the tour guide. some districts are having just the candidate and the tour guide. Some districts have used a school bus. Of course, I know y'all will be in session at that time. That might not be an option. So I guess the question would be, would the board like for us to work with your Martin staff to develop a school community tour route that will be about 2.5 hours for each candidate?
Yes, I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. And I know that we have a meeting scheduled. Are we going to finalize all these details at that meeting that we scheduled on the 28th? I think, right? Wasn't it the 28th?
I'm sorry, Ms. Powers, you're breaking up.
So I think, I was under the impression that the meeting that was on the 28th will work out all of these details about the tour, and we were meeting with Dr. Vogel on the 28th?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. And John and Andrea will be on the Zoom call with us, too. We can work these out. We're just trying to get some just general feedback from the board. And then after we work out the logistics at that meeting, then we'll come back for a final review. We just want to make sure everybody is together.
Yeah, so I think,
Okay.
unless there's any opposing opinion, that we would have a staff member, probably either one-on-one or maybe two, at the most two, because of our situation, host those tours. It'll be easier to get around, probably not do a school bus. Is that okay with everybody?
Okay, that certainly is something we can talk about on the 28th. One area that I would like to talk briefly about and kind of move through this a little quicker, since we're going to discuss a lot of this on the 28th. After that Wednesday, after the school community tours are concluded and the board has finished all their interviews with each candidate, typically we would set up some kind of community meet and greet. And I will tell you that, of course, Sarasota, who's finished their search, did not have a community meet and greet. They had a virtual format. And yesterday, the Escambia County School Board decided not to have a community meet and greet and go with the virtual format as well. I also will let you know that the Sarasota virtual format for the community meet and greet virtually, they had over 1,600 views from the public during those sessions. And what that session would look like is, as the interviews are conducted that day, there's a site that we could set up that the members of the public who are viewing your board interviews with each candidate, they could submit questions to this site for the candidates, or either general questions for the candidates. And Ms. Messina would compile those questions, and that evening, in a virtual format, Ms. Messina would interview and do a Q&A with each of the finalists, which would be streamed live, and the public could view those responses from each candidate. That scenario is just set up with only basically Ms. Messina, each candidate, Dr. Vogel and I, and what IT staff might be needed to conduct those virtual Q&A sessions. So that is an option for the board to be thinking about if we feel that the conditions are not going to be appropriate to have a community meet and greet. And in the previous live community meet and greet, the numbers of the community that come out are around 200 to 250, but the virtual format, like I said, there were over 1,600 views in Sarasota. So that would be an option that the board could look at if we feel that a actual meet and greet for each of the candidates that evening with the public coming in would not be appropriate at that time.
Okay, I think those are both very good options. I think that as it gets closer, I'm going to say that the virtual option is probably what we would need to go with, but I'll defer. Ms. Roberts, did you have something?
And
I cannot hear you.
We're fading out, too. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Roberts.
And I'd like to remind the board members and anybody from the public that if they want to see what that virtual interview option looks like, that was sent to us. I believe it was a YouTube, and if you contact the superintendent's office, we can probably hook you up and show you where you can find that so you can see. And I think Andrea did a very good job doing that, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So I just want to stop you right there. Can I say something? I'm
Of
sorry.
course, of course.
It's very difficult to hear, and so I missed some things, and this is why I wanted this to be worked out before tonight. I'm trying to be very patient with it, but I also think Dr. Vogel and, I don't think they can hear either some of what's being said. So I don't know if people are speaking into their mic or how they're doing it, but for me to be effective tonight, I want to be able to hear what people are saying. I want people to be able to hear me. So I'd appreciate whatever's happening there if it could be corrected. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Deffenthaler. I appreciate that. And I took off an extra hour early from my job to come here and try to work this out as best we could. I apologize. Nobody is purposely doing this. We don't know what the problem is. It was working fine. And everybody was here working diligently for over an hour getting this right. So I apologize if it's not perfect. And I want you to be effective, and I want everyone to be effective, but this is the technology that we have right this second, and, I apologize. We'll do the best that we can.
And Mrs. Powers, I appreciate that. I can hear you loud and clear now, so I don't know what the difference was a few minutes ago. So I do appreciate what everybody's done to try to make this work, but I do need to let you know when I cannot hear so that I can be more effective. But I've heard you loud and clear just now, so I don't know what the difference is, but thank you.
Okay, perfect. Ms. Roberts?
So, Mrs. Deffenthaler, are you having a problem hearing me?
No, not at this point. I am not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me as well?
Now I can. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, maybe we just need to speak louder into the mic then. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so,
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
sure. Okay, so I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Where were we with,
Ms. Powers, we were talking about the virtual option for kind of that community where they could view the Q&A that Ms. Messina would do with each finalist. And I would certainly agree with Ms. Roberts. They went extremely well in Sarasota when we did it there, and there were a lot of positive comments from the community that they didn't have to, kind of get out during this time. So it was very effective there. So we'll kind of work on a tentative plan to have that available, and we can discuss that more on July 28th when we follow up and meet.
yeah, and I think,
So yes, ma'am.
I was just
If
gonna-
I'll just jump in,
Yeah, go
Thursday,
ahead.
that September the 17th, that is your day where each board member will have a one-on-one interview with each of the finalists. Again, it might be a light continental breakfast there at the district office, and then we move into your individual one-on-one interviews. The current schedule, it could start around 8:30 or 8:45, and it would conclude that afternoon around 3:45. And so that is just a brief touch of the Friday activities. And after those last one-on-one interviews, then that would really conclude the activities for those 2 days.
are there any questions from the board? Ms. Roberts?
So this is Mrs. Roberts, so I had two things, Dr. Vogel. So the first one is, all of the things that you've given us show the possibility of 3, 4, or 5 final applicants. Is there a way that you could also work up what it would look like if we had 6?
Yes, we could do that. John, I think that we could possibly come up with a model for that, but it would probably take an extra day.
Or,
Yes, sir. This is John. If we move to 6, which we certainly can do that, we would have to kind of adjust the schedule, maybe with a slight earlier start time or move it into 2 days. The candidates are preparing to be available in our advertisement. They understand they'll have to be here on September the 15th. So there's a chance that afternoon that we could work in a schedule where we could accommodate 6 over the afternoon of September the 15th and the entire day of Wednesday the 16th. But the one-on-ones, if you have 6, even if we started at 8, they would still probably not finish until around 4 or 4:30. So we certainly can work on something for 6, and it might just include a Tuesday afternoon session with maybe the board having their one-on-one. The other option might be that we could expand it some on Wednesday, but we certainly will work on that schedule for you. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Roberts?
So you would need, this is Mrs. Roberts, so you would need to know that we have a board meeting on that Tuesday night. So it would probably work better to go into the evening. But I just think that we need to have that in our back pocket in case we end up with a higher number than 5.
Certainly, and we'll plan. We can plan on that.
Yeah.
Yes, sure. Mr. Anderson?
Okay, so Mrs. Roberts, I know that you are a numbers person, and I wouldn't dare argue with you when it comes down to that, but is there any reason why you're thinking 6, I'm thinking 5, and I know we can do that, and we can accommodate it, but in light of what we're doing here, 5, the top 5 should probably be sufficient, unless there's something you can tell me, then we'll do it. I mean, you know.
So, this is Mrs. Roberts again. So the only reason I'm saying that is that since we come from such diverse backgrounds and diverse focuses, I'm not, hopefully we will be able to have a narrow applicant pool of final applicants of 3 or 4. That would be my hope. But just under the, just for future planning, if we end up with more than the 5, I wouldn't want us to be in a position where we're like discussing applicants, discussing a finalist pool before we've even interviewed the people. So I'm not saying that we would go to 6. I'm just saying, hopefully, we're going to end up at 3, 4, or 5. But I'm just saying that I think we should face the reality that if we end up with 6, we need to have something that we could plan for if that ended up happening.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you. I had one other thing.
Yes, ma'am.
So the other thing I had was about, and this may be more for our board chair, is that I know we have talked about having a workshop about evaluation and creating an evaluation instrument.
Yes, so thank you, Ms. Roberts. In fact, I talked to Carol, Cook. We're thinking about doing, so in fact, I was going to talk to Diane about that. If we wanted to do it at our next workshop, start the process, I think it's going to probably take more than one unless the board wanted to have some sort of kind of a retreat type thing. I know we have a lot going on right now with the hiring process. If everybody can afford to have a half day, I don't know what that would look like, but I thought we would get the process started at workshop either before, we can even do it before the workshop. So I'm going to get with Ms. Falls and we'll try to kind of get that finalized with Carol and see, make sure, she said she was available for the workshop.
Okay.
Or possibly maybe before a board meeting, kind of get that process started though.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions regarding the superintendent search from the board? Mr.
Mr. Powers, just a couple of comments before we close.
Okay.
Okay, John, do you want to maybe just give a little update on our Citizens Advisory Committee meeting that's going to be held this Thursday by Zoom?
Yes, sir, I can. As the board recalls, a week ago we had our orientation session, with the members of your Citizens Advisory Committee. That went well. And this coming Thursday, the 23rd, we will have our first formal meeting with them. We have an agenda set up. I worked with Ms. Falls this afternoon or earlier this morning and got that set up. So we'll be meeting with the advisory committee members on Thursday, and they'll begin their first phase of their task to dwindle these 45 applicants down to a number. It is a fluid number. So we're probably going to be looking out of the 45, depending on the work of the committee. They could dwindle it or narrow it down to 20 or so persons, but that will be our task this Thursday, is to start discussing and narrowing the field of 45 applicants down, and then we'll return a week later to continue that work and input on provided by the advisory committee members. And I will say that you have a very active group. They have some questions. I've had a lot of communication with some of the members, and we're looking forward to our Thursday meeting.
Thank you, John. And then also, Mrs. Powers, I will be down there on site on the 28th for our logistics meeting, and John and Andrea will be joining us by Zoom.
Perfect. Thank you. I look forward to meeting with you on the 28th. And thank you all very much for the update. We appreciate all you're doing. Thank you.
And thank you, board members. The search is going perfect at this particular point. Everything is going very well. And I want to give credit to Diane Falls for her outstanding work.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. She's done a great job. Thank you.
She is pretty amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to sign off. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on now to the information-only reports. Do we have a district update, or?
I believe we'll have a superintendent's update.
Okay, so Dr. Miller, you have the GEARS update and CARES update
No, been removed.
been removed? Oh, sorry, I see that. I'll make sure I have everything right. Now we have our back-to-school update.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Superintendent, members of the board, Tracy Miller, Chief Academic Officer. I can give you a brief CARES and GEAR update. The grants were submitted to the Department of Education on time, and we are awaiting feedback from them at this point, but we do expect to have those applications approved.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. And for school reopening, we felt it was important, obviously, this is on the mind of everyone here in our community, not only board members, not only staff, but certainly parents, students, and teachers, as well as community members at large. So we felt it important to come to you this evening to share a reopening plan update. Mrs. Steffenthaler, are you able to hear me okay?
You're breaking up just a little bit, but for the most part, yeah.
Wonder if she should take the mask off. Yeah, there we might.
Yeah, take your mask
Let's
off.
see, I think I'm distant here. Is this better?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we wanted to share with you this evening where we are to date with our reopening plan. And we have some friends here who've been working alongside of us tirelessly, who will also be helping with this presentation this evening. So tonight, we're going to give you a quick update, a reminder of the guidelines that we're working within. That is from the Florida Department of Education. We'll also quickly review the board-approved reopen plan. We will look at the reopen enrollment status, where we are now for the 2 learning options, review the health protocols and what it means to quarantine or isolate, and also review the status of COVID-19 here in Martin County, hearing from our K-12 pandemic response team and the recommendations that they have for us at this time. So just a quick review, the Education Commissioner did issue an emergency order a few weeks ago now, and basically all school boards and charter schools, governing boards must open brick and mortar schools at least 5 days per week for all students who wish to attend those schools in person. We are in constant and regular contact with our local Department of Health. We've been talking to the Department of Education quite a lot, And as of the board's June decision to reopen, in this moment, we have not received an order to close all schools. Our understanding is that the only way that we can receive an order to close schools is from the governor, the Surgeon General, or the Florida Department of Health. And so therefore, without an order from any of those people, we are following the commissioner's order for the reopen of schools. And I do want to share a little bit. This infographic came out, I believe, over the weekend and caused a little bit of a stir. And what I want to share is these options in the bottom corner, what is available in person, which is what we've always known, traditional, the existing law. Students come to school traditionally in person. That's available and certainly available here in Martin County, and that is required under the law. The hybrid, a hybrid option, which could be any combination of in-person or at-home remote learning, that is available now as a new option, an innovative learning option. And then virtual school already exists under the law. Here in Martin, students can attend Mosaic, which is a partnership with St. Lucie County, or they may attend the Florida Virtual School. So those are all options available. And we must choose the in-person, as mentioned in the order. It's not an option to choose one of these over the other, although we could choose just the in-person option. So if you're going to choose just one, the only one that you may choose in isolation is the in-person. However, the commissioner's order does allow for options. And in Martin County, we are taking advantage of those options by not only offering in-school, in-person teaching and learning, but we're also offering the opportunity for parents to choose to allow their students to learn from home through our remote learning option. So just a quick review, this is our plan for back to school. We have the ability to maneuver in between any of these options, between traditional in-school all the way to full remote learning for K-12, should we be given an order to do so. So just a reminder, this is where we left off at the last meeting on the 7th, with the ability to be able to take advantage of any of these options here in the Martin County School District, currently looking at traditional in-school or K-12 remote learning option, and parents have that choice available to them now. A quick recap, traditional is just as it sounds. Traditional K-12 schooling in what we call brick and mortar schools, in-person schooling with the teachers and students following their regular schedule. The option 2 is our innovative learning option. This is something new available to us under the order, and that's the remote access to the classroom, or the remote option. Students and teachers provide our students the same instruction so that our students receive the same thing whether they attend in person or they attend through remote learning. Peers in school and at home will receive the same instruction. This facilitates an easy return to school when students who are learning from home are ready to return to brick and mortar school. Instruction takes place by their local classroom teachers here in their local schools, and they're still assigned and maintain enrollment at their current school. Students who are home and choose the remote option access their class instruction through live stream video, what people commonly know as Zoom. And all students, regardless of whether they choose the at-home or the in-school option, will have a one-to-one technology device, a Chromebook, so that they can access anything that the teacher is looking at or using inside the classroom. And the full array of services must be offered, and we are planning to do so here in the Martin County School District. That includes mental health, counseling, and interventions available to students, whether they choose the option to learn from home or to come into our classrooms. And of course, for anyone who chooses the remote access, parents should provide adult supervision for young children who are working at home. And this option for home learning is not available for VPK or pre-K programs. We have extended the deadline for parents to commit to one of the options. If parents choose for their students, their children, to attend school in person, they need to do nothing at this time. Students will already be enrolled and registered for courses at their school. If the parent would like for their child to participate in remote learning from home, all they need to do is to go to the district's website to a form available in English and in Spanish to complete a simple form to let us know their preference. The deadline has been extended to this Friday, 11:59 p.m. So just to give you an update on what's been happening with that parent commitment form, to date, as of noon today, we have received right around 5,000 parent requests to move to the remote learning option to take advantage of the flexibility offered for the ability to learn from home. That equates to roughly 31% of our K-12 student population, and you can see the numbers there for elementary, middle, high school, and then our alternative schools or special centers. And again, that data was current as of a few hours ago. And if you're interested in by school data, Willoughby Learning Center has the lowest number of students requesting to participate in remote learning. And I believe it's Indiantown Middle that has the highest percent of parents choosing to have their children participate in at-home remote learning at this time. Okay, so to share with you just a few reminders about our strategies for options 1 and 2. Of course, if we're in the green, no spread happening, we would have traditional in-school learning for all students and staff. And always a campaign, if you are sick, please stay home. If you have a fever, you need to get well and be at home and not be in school. The yellow, the traditional, where there's parent choice for remote learning or students may come to school 5 days a week. We have a continuity of instruction provided from this plan so that students can go to full remote learning if we're directed, or they can revert back to full traditional learning if they choose to do so. It helps us to reduce the number of students on campus and also the number of students riding on buses, which aids in social distancing. Attendance is taken daily. That's part of state board rule, and we would continue to follow that, and school board rule. And again, our public service announcement and campaign, if you're not feeling well, please stay home. And students who are participating in traditional schooling who might not feel well can participate remotely during the time that they are at home. If they're well enough to participate in school but just don't want to take any chances, they can participate in that way and not lose instructional time. And then if we are given an order for remote learning only, we have one-to-one devices. Our teachers will be well trained, and they have the ability to move to remote-only learning if needed. And just to let you know that all of our students who receive special education services will continue to receive those services regardless of the option that they choose. And so you can see a description of how that would happen. So those services will continue for all students who require them. And I will ask Dr. Featherstone to talk a little bit about the extended day program. And as I mentioned, we have several who have collaborated. Really, the entire district staff has been collaborating on this project since day one. And we have several people here this evening. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Featherstone.
Good evening. Regarding the extended day program, we have capacity limited. She can hear you. For Mrs. Duffenthaler, can you hear me? So
Yes, I can.
Thank you. So for extended day, we have as well with the traditional no spread, we would open up extended day as a normal program, no limitations to capacity. Currently, the recommendation under traditional and parent choice for remote learning, we will have limited capacity following the CDC guidelines with a ratio of 9-to-1, 9 students to 1 adult with them. We will place a priority on our district staff having the ability to register to sign up their children. We have all the protocols built in, working with facilities to perform the cleaning and disinfection of the sites that we've been allocated for programs to take place from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock. There are protocols that we've worked with RISC and the Department of Health to build out what happens if somebody is to get sick. And masks will be required where social distancing guidelines cannot be accommodated. If we go full remote learning, we will not have extended day. We do have the capacities, just so you know, it's running probably at a third of what we would normally run during a regular school year based on space available.
I think this is Mr. Grabowski.
Was that the end of the presentation, or are you still speaking?
No, Mr. Grabowski is coming up right now.
Okay. I do have some questions about this before you move from that topic, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Does she have a question now?
No, let's get through this and let everybody. You're good to go, Mr. Grabowski.
Okay, thank you. Garrett Grabowski, Chief Operations Officer. Here's some steps on what we did with the social distancing of all the classrooms. So what we did is we looked at every classroom in the district, and we created AutoCAD drawings on the furniture layouts, and I have a complete comprehensive list here with me showing the counts for each classroom of how many students we can get in each classroom with social distancing. So we went through each classroom, broke out the new furniture layouts, and we can achieve social distancing with varying numbers of students based on the actual classroom size, because they differ vastly throughout the district. So we do have that information for the teachers and for the staff so that we can lay out and we can address how each school will be laid out appropriately. Is there another slide? Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me.
I can't hear Mr. Grabowski.
He's not talking right now.
No wonder why I can't hear him. Thank you.
Okay, for transportation, what we've done is we are still going to operate pretty much as usual. We will have reduced seating and spacing on the buses whenever possible. We will be running the routes as usual. We're going to load to the rear of the bus. We're going to sit 2 children per seat, possibly 3 if the need arises, but we're looking at 2 children per seat. They'll be required to wear a mask. They'll have a hand sanitizer station on the bus. The children will be asked to use the sanitizer wearing their mask, and they'll board the bus. We're going to load to the rear, and then we will fill the buses as appropriate. So the buses then will be deployed to the school. We will offload the students, at which time the buses will be sanitized with disinfectant, and then they'll be ready for their next run to do the next run, and that will repeat as necessary. We will try to seat siblings together as much as possible, and then we will assign seats to students on the bus, which may be different. So the morning run is going to be a little different than the afternoon run. So the assigned morning seat will be different than the assigned afternoon seat based on the routes, because they don't run the reverse route every day. So that's just one thing that I want parents to know, that there'll be 2 different assigned seats during the day. But the buses will be sanitized in between the runs, and we will pretty much be running as usual. Okay, food and nutritional services. This is our most adaptable group. So what we've done is we've provided as many different options as possible. We're purchasing additional carts for feeding, additional tables, outdoor and indoor tables. We've provided additional points of sale systems. So we're looking at being as adaptable as possible to each specific school site based on that site's needs. So remote students will still be entitled to a free meal, a reduced meal, or a pay for meal, depending on their eligibility. We're going to set up a time that parents can come with their child's ID or their 4300 number. They can come to the school at a specific time, and they can receive those meals. So parents and everyone should know that the children will still receive those meals by the school district. For in-traditional school students, they will either be eating at the cafeteria, they'll be eating outside when appropriate, or they may be eating inside the classroom based on the individual school's needs. So that is, we're the most adaptable program here. We are willing to do whatever needs to be done through that. PPE will be worn at all times for all staff, in addition to what's required for normal health sanitization as well as COVID. And social distancing and the floor cues, cable cues will be available in the cafeteria. So we're making the signage. It's going to look a little bit different, but we're going to learn this together. So as we walk through, we will be spaced appropriately. Food service has purchased the cruise ship hand sanitizer stations, so they will be high-volume sanitization, so as you enter the cafeteria or the food line, you'll have the opportunity, well, it might be mandatory to sanitize your hands at this point, and then go through the line. Okay, and then operationally, the facility are custodial procedures. So the school district purchased additional electrostatic sprayers for the disinfection. Thank you to the school board for approving the 30 different allocations for the custodians. HR is currently hiring, advertising for those positions, so we really look forward to receiving that additional staff to do that. And those additional custodians will be assigned daytime COVID response custodians. So what we've done is, in addition to adding the additional help at the schools, is we've purchased disinfectant, sprayers, hand sanitizer for each classroom in each area, in addition to classroom kits, which will consist of a trigger spray bottle of disinfectant, microfiber cloths, and that is available for any adult to use whenever they deem necessary. So while it's not a teacher's job to do custodial work, if someone feels that there's a need to disinfect an area because a child may have sneezed or something else, then that they have the opportunity to use those kits to clean them. The thing to know about the disinfectant is that it just needs to be sprayed and set and dwell for 4 minutes. Once it dwells for 4 minutes, it's deemed to have disinfected the area, and you move on. There's no wiping that's required. The microfiber cloth there is there in case there is something that needs to be wiped up, but it is available. The water fountains, there's been a lot of questions about water fountains and how they'll be used. Water fountains will be remain in service as they're required by code to have water fountains and within so many feet of restrooms and cafeterias. We are going to practice enhanced cleaning and disinfecting of those areas. So we will be going throughout the day and continually wiping the water fountains, all the high-touch areas, handrails, doorknobs, areas all throughout. So we'll be taking care of all of the high-touch areas throughout the day. In addition, the custodians will provide for the assistance in sanitizing the buses as the routes go. So they'll be assisting in that portion, and then refilling the kits and hand sanitizer either at the end of the day or as needed during the day. So it's going to be a continual motion. As children leave, we'll be following behind them. And some questions that are asked is the desk going to be wiped after every child gets up from their chair? And that's not a reasonable expectation. We don't have enough manpower to be able to do that. But we are going to be committed to walk through and do as much as we can during the day, especially in the change of classes and after cafeteria times and things of that nature. So we're going to learn this together as we see what the enrollment looks like, and we will adjust as necessary based on what the days look like and our current enrollment and needs at the schools. And every school is different. We're laid out differently, so we are going to adapt to all the different situations at each individual school. So we're very flexible on that situation. Okay, so use of facilities. So as it's our understanding that as long as schools are open, which we're planning to have schools open, that use of facilities will be reviewed and run as a normal program. If we have to close for some reason, then use of facilities will need to be reviewed and evaluated to see if they fit the model. So it's a good possibility that if schools were to close for some reason, use of facilities would be closed as well, and then those fees that we collect in advance would have to be refunded to the tenant. But right now, basically, we're looking at continuing use of facilities unless there's an issue or a need to use that space or sanitize that space, or it's just not appropriate to use it. But we're continuing to use the use of facilities. I can if you'd like me.
Good afternoon. So I'd like to take a minute or two just to briefly go over our communication plan.
Can you just say your name for the record?
I apologize. Jennifer DeShazo, Director of Public Information and Community Relations. The unique thing about our role in communications is that no matter what stage we're in or what option for schooling, our communication methods remain consistent. We will use all of our channels to get the word out to the parents about our learning options, health and safety protocols. We'll use English and Spanish. We use our website. I know that staff has answered probably more than 600 inquiries from parents and employees over the last couple days on our Facebook page, Twitter page, as well as our dedicated email box for questions, which is mcsdreopening@martinschools.org. So you can see that most of the content remains the same, and we are doing the best that we can to answer everybody's questions and present things in as transparent a manner as possible. Another strategy for reaching our employees that was implemented by the Division of Human Resources, we held a series of teacher town hall meetings last week. We held 4 sessions, 2 sessions for our elementary teachers and 2 sessions for our secondary teachers. As you can see on the screen, approximately 450 educators attended these virtual webinars. In addition to the FAQs that were already out there on our website, teachers were invited to submit additional questions that they had before the meeting, and they were also allowed to use the chat feature during the meeting to ask questions that they thought of as the presentations were going on. A recorded session was uploaded into our internal Frontline professional development platform for all staff to view, and the teachers were sent a PowerPoint copy of the questions from the meeting and the presentations that were given by our human resources, instructional, risk management, and legal staff. I will let Mrs. Sessa take over from here.
Hi there, Julie Sessa. I am the Coordinator of Risk Management and Employee Benefits.
I don't think she can hear you.
Mrs. Deffenthaler, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. We're going to go through the health protocols. We're also going to look at quarantine and isolation. We also have a presentation from the Health Department, and we also have a presentation from the K-12 Pandemic Response Team. We're going to go through those at this time. This might look familiar. These are the top 10 risk mitigation strategies the district is putting in place as we return back to in-person school. Our number 1 is to stay home when sick. Our number 2 is proper hand hygiene. We're also asking for face masks to be required and screening and temperature checks. Garrett went over our cleaning and disinfecting procedures. Garrett also went over our modified layouts and social distancing. We also are looking at shared objects and physical handling of documents. We've discussed how to handle library books and items they may check out and how that's managed. We're also reviewing and looking at common spaces to make sure we can do our best to social distance. If not, we will spread out to make sure we can, to the best of our ability, do that. We're also looking at gatherings, visitors, and field trips at this time. We are, it's not recommended on our current phase to have these items. We're also having a review of staff, as you saw with the ESE documentation we have in place for students at high risk of COVID-19 as well as staff. So that's our top 10, as we call them, risk mitigation strategies. We also have some health protocols that we are putting in place, and they're organized the same as the pieces you've been looking at. We're kind of targeting that yellow in the middle for staff. We have health screening self-check for staff with temperature check on site. For visitors, we are limiting visitors with access with health screening and temperature check by appointment only and official school business. With regard to students, we have health screening self-check at home for students. The health department is working on a questionnaire for us to have and communicate to parents to use at home when they're getting ready to send their student for in-person learning, so they can check their temperature and check with them before they come to school. We're also encourage any heightened sense of training for symptoms or surveillance regard to COVID-19 for all staff, and all teachers will have contactless thermometers should that be necessary. We continue to have this on our slide. We really want to communicate that if you're sick, have a fever, you must stay home, and that's for staff and for students. Our next slide is on personal protective equipment. Again, we're tracking that slide in the middle. Mask provided and will be provided and required for staff. Surgical or cotton masks. Gloves and goggles will be made available to staff upon request. We're aware of some districts that are requiring goggles and masks, but we are making those available. Mask will be provided to students, 3 reusable cloth masks. We also have masks required for social distance when we can't. Masks are required where social distance guidelines cannot be accommodated. Again, overall, they're required. Our safety manager, Mark Coco, developed masks FAQ and also face covering additional information. We had a number of questions with regard to face shields and were they effective, and we're recommending for teachers to wear a mask rather than a face shield unless they're doing speech language pathology or some other type of specialized service with a student where their facial motions are important for the education. So we really would like teachers to have either a surgical mask or a cotton mask rather than a face covering, but Mark delineates that in this additional information link here on the PowerPoint. Again, mask, gloves, and goggles provided for the clinic. We are working with student services for the isolation room, which is required. Staff will be fitted with N95 masks and other recommended PPE as directed by the Department of Health and actually CDC. So Michelle Vilwalk has been working through that piece. So I'm going to take some time to go over 2 different words that are interesting for us at this time, right? Quarantine. I coined it, quarantine is for contacts. And that's how I remember it. It keeps someone who might have been exposed to the virus away from others. Isolation is for someone who is infected or ill, and it separates people who are infected with the virus away from people who are not infected. So we want to make sure that we're clear on those two words are not interchangeable. Who needs to quarantine? Anyone who has been in close contact within 6 feet for longer than 15 minutes with someone who has tested positive for COVID-19, whether one or both parties has been wearing a mask or not. Our school district quarantine protocol, you are a close contact if you were within 6 feet of someone with COVID-19 for longer than 15 minutes. You're provided care at home with someone who is sick with COVID-19. You had direct physical contact with someone who had tested positive. You shared eating or drinking utensils with someone who has tested positive, or someone who has tested positive has sneezed, coughed, or somehow gotten respiratory droplets on you. So number 1, stay at home and monitor your health. Stay home for 14 days after your last contact with the person with COVID-19. Watch for fever, cough, shortness of breath, or other symptoms, which by the CDC, they add them every day. So there are longer than just those few that we listed there. So if possible, we want you to stay away from others, especially people who have higher risk of getting very sick from COVID-19. So when to start the quarantine, you must stay home for 14 days after your last contact with the person who has COVID-19. For all the following scenarios, and we picked 1 to go over with you today, there's 4. Even if you test negative or feel healthy, you must stay home or quarantine. Symptoms may appear between 2 and 14 days of exposure to the virus. So that's one of the things that's important to remember is in the incubation period, it's 14 days. So that's why if you're a contact and you came in close contact, you are supposed to stay away from others so that you don't spread COVID. And that is our largest piece that we're doing for risk mitigation is to eliminate the spread if we can. So one example, it's the longest example, but if I live with someone who has COVID-19 and I cannot avoid continued close contact, I live in a household and I cannot avoid that contact, and I'm providing direct care to that person who is sick, and we don't have a separate room to isolate from that person, I'm unable to keep that social distance. I should avoid contact with others in the home while a person is sick and quarantine for 14 days after the person who has COVID-19 meets the criteria to end home isolation, which means that person that was ill that I've been living with just now got better. Does the person with COVID-19 end home isolation plus 14 days? That's the date that they end it. But guess what? I have been taking care of them. So when the day they're better with home isolation, now is my time to start to quarantine. And I can tell you we have employees who are married that are going through this right now. So this is the longest scenario that we have that's part of the CDC guidance. Primarily, we're looking at 14 days, but if we have families with siblings that live in the same household, this could be possible, as well as married couples, which we have somewhere around 100 married couples that work at the district. So next, we want to talk a little bit about isolation. So remember, quarantine is for that contact, and isolation is that person that is ill or infected. If you are ill or separate yourself from others from COVID-19. Isolation is used to separate you, the infected person with the virus, those who are sick, from people who are not infected. So employees and students who are in isolation may stay home until it's safe, and we've changed that to must stay home until it's safe for them to be around others. In home, anyone sick or infected separate themselves from others by staying in a specific sick room or other areas of the home, if possible. And who needs to isolate? People who have COVID-19 and people who have symptoms of COVID-19 and are able to recover at home. So people who have no symptoms or what's called asymptomatic must have tested positive for COVID-19 to be in isolation. So our return to work protocol for Martin County School District is what's called the symptom-based strategy rather than testing. Persons with COVID-19 who have symptoms and were directed to care for themselves at home may discontinue isolation under the following conditions. At least 10 days have passed since symptoms first appeared, and at least 24 hours have passed since the last fever without use of fever-reducing medicine. And that is new as of yesterday, I believe. They changed that. It was 3 days, now it's 24 hours. And all symptoms, cough, shortness, or breath, have improved. So this time, if there are any, I'm going to ask Carol Ann to come up from the Health Department and introduce herself. She is going to go over the Health Department's presentation, and then we have a few more slides from the pandemic team that are included in this presentation. Yes, Mrs. Roberts.
Can I ask for one, this is Mrs. Roberts, can I ask for one clarification on that last slide that you just showed,
You may.
please, before we go on? So this says, persons with COVID-19 who have symptoms and were directed to care for themselves at home may discontinue isolation under the following conditions. 10 days have passed since the symptoms first appeared, and 24 hours have passed since the last fever, and all symptoms have improved. But do they now need to be quarantined, or is this just an isolation piece, or is this, so would their quarantine then start for 14 days?
Well, it should say have symptoms or positive. It also should say, because we've had employees that have been positive as well, but returning to work, we're using the symptom-based strategy, that their symptoms need to have been alleviated prior to coming back to work. And that is 10 days past since first appearance, and the 24 hours without a fever. So the quarantine is for the contact. This is the ill person, and that's for isolation.
And so I'm still a little hung up on this. So
Yeah, I'm
let's
missing something.
say the first of the month, July 1st,
Yes.
I had symptoms. And then I got tested on July 3rd and found out I had COVID. I was infected. I had a positive result. So this is going to take care of me. But now if you're saying 10 days have passed since the symptoms first appeared, if they first appeared on July 1st, 10 days from then is July 10th, then 24 hours, and I haven't had any fever, right?
But-
And all symptoms have improved.
Not everybody gets a fever.
No, but I
Oh,
know,
okay.
but now I'm free to go where I want to go?
If
Okay,
you feel better, yes. Because again, and you can help me out here, but the incubation period is the 14 days from the onset of your symptoms.
Okay. Got it, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You ready, Carol Ann? Okay. Go over here. Well, it won't let me go over there. I know where it is, but the mouse won't let me over there. There we go. Okay, and then you can drive here.
Oh,
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Well, good evening. I'm Carol Ann Vitani, and I'm the health officer for the Florida Department of Health in Martin County. I'm here today.
Carol Ann, I think you're
Yes.
going to have to really talk loudly
Loud?
into the microphone for
Okay.
Victoria.
All right, I can talk loud. Well, first, let me start off by saying that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected all of us. I understand how difficult it has been for everyone. We have had to adjust how we do things, from shopping at stores to meetings like this. And it has been most difficult for those who have suffered from COVID-19 or who have had a family member or have lost a loved one. And I just want to say we thank all of our medical providers, our first responders, our essential workers, all of my team at the health department, all of the community partners who've really worked together, who've constantly been working together day in, day out for all their hard work. But it is essential that we understand that we are all in this together, all of us. We must continue to work together to stay safe and understand that everyone has a part to play in helping stop the spread of this virus by practicing all of those prevention measures. And if many of you have heard me at the board meetings, at the county board meetings, I sound like a broken record over and over. But they do work. As you know, every day things are changing, from signs and symptoms of COVID-19 to executive orders from the state agencies in Tallahassee, such as on July 6th, when the Department of Ed released an emergency order. This order created a lot of confusion. Misinformation moved very quickly via social media, and as a result, we were subject to protests outside our building, and our health department received many calls from residents who assumed that we had the power to order schools to open or close. Let me be clear. The Florida Department of Health is working in partnership with the school district and many community partners to provide guidance, resources, current data related to COVID-19. However, the Florida Department of Health in Martin County does not have the authority to determine when and how students will return to class. Our role is to provide the COVID-19 data for Martin County, as well as outline the CDC guidance for best practices, including infection control recommendations. So the decision to reopen schools is in direct response to that executive order and is made at the local level by each school district. DOH in Martin County neither sets policy nor has the authority to open or close schools. The local Department of Health provides data, support, and guidance to school districts. Guidance for reopening schools is based on recommendations from the CDC and the Florida Department of Health. So safe, smart, step-by-step, a plan for Florida's recovery. I wanted to outline a portion of the governor's recovery plan. So the governor's benchmarks with metrics for reopening Florida during the COVID-19 pandemic in Florida. The first metric is a syndromic surveillance. So that looks at hospital emergency department data. And we're looking for a downward trajectory of influenza-like illness and a downward trajectory of COVID-19-like illness. The second metrics is an epidemiology and outbreak decline. So again, we want to see that downward trajectory of documented COVID-19 cases or a downward trajectory of positive tests as a percent of total tests with a flat or increasing volume of tests. I know that sounds like a lot. Metric, healthcare capability. Capability to treat all patients without triggering surge capacity, and robust testing program in place for at-risk healthcare workers, including emerging antibody testing. So the current situation in Martin County, the total number of tests tested was 22,124. The total number of positive cases were 3,193. Total number of deaths, 54. And our positivity rate is 14.43%. Our state positivity rate is 11.9%. Now, these were taken off of our FloridaHealthCovid.gov surveillance dashboard this morning. So, metric 1 is a trend of influenza-like illness, signs and symptoms, and then the second graph is your COVID-19-like illness. So, the Department of Health uses a national program database called Essence, and it's an electronic surveillance system. And we'd use this system all the time. We use this for any type of trends that we're seeing. And what it does, it's the number of patients presenting to urgent cares and the emergency department for influenza-like illness symptoms. So that would be influenza is characterized more so as fever and respiratory symptoms. The second graph shows when you include COVID-19 symptoms, and the trend line is rising. You can see that the trend line there is rising. So as you know, with the COVID-19, there are many symptoms. It does include, your fever many times, your respiratory, your shortness of breath, sometimes people are losing their sense of smell and taste. So what we want to see is that both of those graphs are showing a downward trajectory. Metric 2 is a decrease in the number of cases or decrease in percent of tests that are positive. So the top graph, which is the one up there to the right, is an epidemiological curve that represents positive cases based on self-reported date of symptom onset. We are looking for, again, a downward linear trend, and in that one you see that it's going up. Now, we need more days. You'll see at the end that you'll see those other lines that are showing date of onset and symptoms and are as of 16. We saw that it was going down. Okay, but we need more days with lower case numbers to show an actual downward trend. And a lot that what transpires is the date of onset is based on the completion of the whole interview process. So you have your test, you have your lab report that you receive, you have your case that is completely interviewed. So there's sometimes a lag time there. So the value of this slide, again, is to just show that we still have an upward trend. So we do still have work to do. The bottom graph shows a slight decrease in the daily percent positive over the last 2-week period. However, we're still above the state goal, which is, we want to be below that 10%. So metric 3 is healthcare capability, and it's the ability to treat all our patients without triggering surge capacity. And hospitals and emergency management and the health department communicate on a regular basis. We're always in contact with Cleveland Clinic and our emergency management, looking at that hospital situation. So we do notice that the cases are increasing, but currently the hospitals are able to treat all the patients, and we want to keep it that way. So we have robust testing program in place for at-risk healthcare workers. I thought this was interesting. COVID-19 case rate per 1,000 population. So this is through July 19th. You could see that our COVID case per 1,000 for Martin County is definitely, above the state and neighboring counties. One slide I thought that was important was to put in this one. This was mitigation works. And basically what we were looking at was all the various events that had happened as of 3/1. And then the orange line represents the total number of cases in Martin County, including Indiantown. The blue line represents the total number of cases in Indiantown. And what we are seeing, which is really telling, as in April, when the Indiantown Council implemented their ordinance in April, we're noticing now that there's a flattening of that curve in Indiantown. And we expect this to be due to a number of strategies, including the mask ordinance and extensive public health outreach and education. And this slide does date back to March. CDC and U.S. Department of Education guidance and resources, I thought I'd just put this up. These are the resources specific to schools, and then we have shared with our crisis response team for Martin County School District. And now I'd like to introduce my lead school health nurse, Jennifer Bracken, and she will talk about our school health program and how we have been working with the schools for quite some time, 25 plus years, on a regular basis. So I'll let Jennifer go over. Let me get this out of your way.
Thank you, Carol, and good afternoon, board members. Again, I'm Jennifer Bracken, and I wanted to go over with you just a little reminder about our school health program. So in Martin County, as you all know, we do have 10 school health nurses, registered nurses through the Department of Health School Health Program, 1 school health manager, and 9 in-the-field nurses that cover the 22 schools here in our school district in Martin County. So we do each cover a number of schools among the 9 of us, and we're going to be working on these things here on these slides. We're going to be working with the schools to ensure that our health clinics are set up to meet the social distancing requirements, utilizing all space to maximize our capacity, that the clinic, the isolation, and the nebulizer area or room will be deep cleaned throughout the day after each use, that COVID-19 education and best practices are provided to students, staff, and parents, and that our isolation and nebulizer rooms are designated. We had mentioned previously about having a separate area where sick or symptomatic students will go so that they're not making the other students in our everyday clinic at more risk while they're waiting to be picked up to go home. And nebulizer rooms are significant because it is an aerosolized medication, the way it's administered, and so there is an increased risk of the child's respiratory droplets being spread a little bit further distance because of the way the machine works. So we are going to have to make sure that those students have a safe, isolated area away from other students. We will be working with the school district for investigations and contact tracing to identify students and/or employees who should isolate or quarantine to control spread inside the schools. We'll work with the Department of Health Epidemiology to monitor trends or outbreaks and implement any prevention or control measures. We're also sharing the latest science regarding COVID and working with the board and administration to provide updated guidance and the latest CDC recommendations. We also will work with the school district PIO to distribute important public health information, including immunization requirements, which I'll just add that are not being waived or any extensions being given. So no shots, no school, no kidding. You have to have your shots. We do want to take necessary and appropriate measures to prevent the spread of any infectious disease in the school by training assigned staff to use tracking logs of students and staff who present to the isolation room with symptoms of COVID-19 or any other communicable disease, isolate students and staff that present to the isolation room with symptoms, assure that student and staff are wearing a mask, and training them to call the parent and guardian to pick up the student from school and provide education regarding isolation and quarantine procedures to parents when they do so. This graphic is a little flow chart to show you what is going to happen when we have a positive case or a person with symptoms in the school setting. So if you look at the very top row, in the darkest blue there, it says, if the child has been home for 2 days before symptom onset, that's really our best case scenario, because that gives us an opportunity to not have to close down a classroom and transition it to remote learning. The child would have already been home for the 2 days prior when they would have been contagious, and so there's no impact on the classroom. The ill student will continue to isolate at home for the appropriate time period, and we do not have to take any action for that in-person class. In the second row, if the child has been in the classroom when they were symptomatic or 2 days prior to the point when they become symptomatic, the other students and faculty in that classroom are considered close contacts in most cases, I will say. We have discussed that every positive case is provided an individual case investigation, and there may be some possibility where not every single person is at risk, meaning that exposure over 15 minutes within 6 feet of space. But in general, we're going to assume worst case scenario, that classroom then everyone is a close contact, and that classroom would need to quarantine for 14 days from their last contact with the infected person or symptomatic person, and would be transitioning to our remote learning process. During that time of 14 days, of course, everyone will be monitoring for symptoms. If they have no symptoms after the 14 days, they can return to the brick and mortar classroom setting. If they do have symptoms during that time, they will be isolating for the appropriate time, possibly being referred for testing according to their healthcare provider, recommending to see their healthcare provider, and communicating with the school to let us know that they have now become symptomatic and may need to follow a different procedure. Oh, and I think that's the end of that portion.
Okay, so we have one more piece. We'll go back to the Google presentation.
I can't hear if anyone's speaking.
It was Julie. We're going back to the Google presentation now. Mrs. Deffenthaler?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I'd like to introduce a few members of the K-12 pandemic response team, and we too have been working on, similar to the last chart that you looked at, classroom or school transition or remote learning plan. So come on up. I have Dr. Cheryl Jordan. And I also have Mr. Chris Soska from Cleveland Clinic. He's their COO. Would you like me to drive, or can you do it, Dr. Jordan?
I would love to have you drive.
Okay, I'm here.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Jordan. I'm a board-certified family physician and a parent here in the community, and serve on a leadership position here at the Cleveland Clinic. We're going to start with the slides. All right, 2 assumptions. Our decisions are going to be based upon what is happening in the community and what is also happening in a classroom and in each and every school. We are going to try to monitor the district by the middle school boundaries, and we'll go over that a little bit. These are, can you enlarge it to?
Yes. Sorry that I didn't click that before. There we go. That's much
Thank
better.
you. I like these 2 slides because it gives you a perspective of why we socially distance, why we hand wash, why we wear our mask. The slide on the left explains how one person in a few minutes can infect 16 people. It goes from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16. That's why the contact tracing is also very important. That is also why we did what we did in March, to be blunt. On the right is very detailed, but it explains what the health department has been doing, trying to track down each and every person so that you know that you came in contact with a person, so you can stop the spread and you can be responsible enough to stay home for the 14 days so that you know you will not spread it. This gives you a perspective of what's going on in the state of Florida. Martin County is highlighted there by the arrow. You do not want to be red. That is the worst situation. We are the dark orange, which is not good either. This is our concentration of per capita. We are 1 in 51. That's not good. So this is when we're talking about our zones. So our middle school zones were most reflective of our zip codes. And our zip codes are how we track each and every case. And it is by where each positive case resides. It's not their mailing address. It's where they reside. High school zoning was too big, and elementary schools were too small. That's why we're just going to try the middle school as just an indicator. We're still monitoring the elementary. We're still monitoring the high school. It's just overall, we can just sort of see as an indicator the middle school.
And the little flags are the schools.
Yes, the little flags are each and every school. I forget which color is which. Chris? Do you remember which color is which?
The blue are the high schools, the yellows are the middle schools.
Blue is the high school, yellow is the middle school, so red is elementary.
This is Chris's work.
All right. This is the slide that everybody's waiting for. This is the criteria of when we need to be on remote learning. So we have broken it down into low, moderate, and severe. Low spread will be defined as 2 or less staff or students in one classroom, or 2 to 4 cases per 100 staff or students in a school. Now, when that happens, the impacted classroom will be closed for 14 days. Those students will be transitioned to remote learning for 14 days. That room will go through enhanced cleaning. On moderate spread, that is 5 to 11 cases per 100 students or staff in that school. And staff is all employees, no matter where they work. You will need to transition those affected classrooms, all of the classrooms that have been affected, to remote learning for 14 days. And once again, that's to pause the transmission, because remember, one person in a few minutes can affect 16 other people from that graphic we looked at earlier. Severe spread is defined as 12 or more cases per 100 staff, students in a school. At that point in time, we will transition the entire school, that school, whether it be an elementary, a middle school, or a high school, to remote learning for a minimum of 14 days. Yes, Ms. Roberts?
So this is Mrs. Roberts. So when you're saying 14 days, is that 14 calendar days?
Yes, ma'am, it is
So it
14.
would really be 10 school days?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right? Right? Okay. So this is the verbiage of the graphs, or the metrics we just looked at. So if a confirmed case has entered a school, regardless of the community transmission, any school in the district might need to implement a short-term closure procedure for that classroom or that building or the entire school. The district will follow CDC recommendations for school closures. Once learning of a confirmed COVID-19 case for a student or staff member, we, the district, will coordinate with DOH Martin for possible closures. We work very closely with them. They've been very supportive and awesome. So the classroom transition. If a student or a staff tests positive for COVID-19, a classroom would close for a period of 14 days with guidance from the local DOH. CDC isolation, quarantine guidelines, and utilization of the K-2 pandemic response team's matrix for the classroom closure. The classroom would be closed off, and all areas used by the persons would be disinfected per CDC guidelines using the EPA-registered disinfectants. While a classroom is closed, continuity of care would continue with the remote learning for those students in the classrooms that are being disinfected. The classroom would reopen as recommended by the DOH and the most current CDC isolation quarantine guidelines. So the students do not miss out on any learning because we're one-to-one devices and continue on. Is this the next one?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry. School transition. A school would close in the event of a school-wide outbreak of COVID-19 or a community-wide outbreak with epidemiology-linked cases. And community and a school would be pretty closely linked, and we would utilize the K-12 pandemic response matrix for the school closure. The school would be closed for a period of time indicated with the collaboration of the local health officials that have the expertise to determine the necessary length of transition and scale of response. The school will be closed and all areas will be disinfected per CDC guidelines using EPA-registered disinfectants. Remember, this is cleaning the entire school. While the school is in transition, continuity of learning will continue with a remote learning plan. The school will be reopened as indicated by the collaboration of the local health officials that have the expertise to determine the necessary length of transition and the scale of the response. Mandated district-wide transition. There could be a district-wide closure in the event of substantial community transmission as indicated by government officials. Schools across the district would be closed for a time frame as indicated by the government officials. Continuity of learning would still continue on a remote learning platform for all students and staff. Martin County schools would be closed off and all areas used by infected persons would be disinfected per CDC guidelines using EPA-registered disinfectants. Reopening plans would be formed as indicated by government officials. So I'd just like to say, the reason why we paused to go to remote learning is to stop the spread. One person impacts a lot of people. Now, speaking with your staff today, this is your current data as of today, and unfortunately, it's gone up. Yes. So your hospitalized has stayed the same, yet you still have 3 employees currently hospitalized. You have now 10 in isolation, and I believe 5 at least in quarantine. 5 meaning that in quarantine that they have been exposed to a positive contact. Now, this was important as a committee to know where our teachers live because we had to look at other counties as well as a community to know what's happening because we can't just live as an isolated Martin County. And we know we're fluid as a Treasure Coast community. Most of our teachers do live in Martin County, but we do have some in Port St. Lucie and Fort Pierce. And a surprising few and down in Tequesta, and 1 or 2 in Okeechobee, I thought, somewhere in there. I don't know, I forget. It's in the other. Oh, it's in the other, okay. And then you can see the cumulative cases for Martin County is in that first left white box. The data is a few days old on that.
719?
And then the locations for 719 for each town, you can see it listed there as well. Now, from an epidemiological standpoint, we look at percentages. Theoretically, your current enrollment, for instance, at Bessie Creek, the first school listed there, is 475 students. If 5% of your students were tested positive, that'd be 24 students. You see, the 7% would be 33 students. 10% is 48. 12% is 57. To give you perspective, we've been running a positive rate of about 12% in Martin County. That'd be over 57 students at Bessie Creek.
Will it actually be less because 30% are choosing?
Correct. And we will follow that. It will be actually on, the numbers will be based upon those who will be attending in person. And we have taken that into account.
We just don't know yet and didn't want to get.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So this is in March, this is probably a March enrollment. We got
So Dr. Jordan, will you be adding staff to that number also, or will that just be so right now you're showing me Bessie Creek with 475. So assume that Bessie Creek had 100 that were doing remote learning, and that would drop the student count down to 375. But then are we adding back in everybody who's stationed
Correct.
on that?
Correct.
Okay.
And we have it assimilated together, but we also track it separately.
Okay, thank you.
Now, this is the children in Martin County for the past 2 weeks, from July 5th through the 19th. You can see it broken down by school age, meaning they're 4 to 18, and that is in the blue. And the total being 0 to 18 is in the orange. There in the zip code is the first one, is 34994. 34996 is the second bar. 34997 is the third bar. Palm City, Jensen Beach, Indiantown, and Hobe Sound. Interestingly enough, both of Stewart's 34994 and 34997 have the most numbers. Your age distribution is on the right. Your high school age of 14 to 18 takes the lead, with your elementary taking second place at 5 to 10 years old.
As a reminder, the health department is now tracking it by school for us. They just started on July 6th? Second?
I thought.
So we will be able to present this data by school now. As they track it, we'll have it by school, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Just one other comment.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Just to remind you also, we did not do a lot of children testing due to the higher risk being of the older population. So when we were testing at Cleveland Clinic Martin Health, it was 16 and older. So many of the children that are tested are those that have become symptomatic, or somebody they knew in their household was also tested positive. So that's why the numbers are a little lower. So just to keep that in mind as to why we're seeing lower numbers here with pediatrics.
And Mrs. Steffenthal, that was Mr. Soska from Cleveland Clinic, for your information.
And that brings up another point. We are also, the health department has another job, God bless them for all their contact tracing. We have asked them that we needed a report as well for all our positive adults. We need to know of any school-aged children in that household, because they are technically quarantined for 14 days. So that's a whole nother report that they have to keep going for us.
And our date right now is July 27th.
Right now, with the calendar date of official start of August 11th, with orientation being August 10th, we need our data by July 27th.
And the health department is informing those families that those children cannot go to school. The health department is informing those families up until obviously that date and after that date that they cannot go to school based on the 14 days.
This is a pediatric report that's put out by the state. They only started doing this, I think it was the second week of June, they started publishing this. It's published every Friday, only once a week. It does not include 18-year-olds. 18-year-olds by definition are adults, that's why they took it out. But 18-year-olds are also seniors in high school, so they affect our population. just so you know, when our Martin County DOH gives us our data, they do include the 18-year-olds. So you will see our numbers locally look a little different than what is published by the state. Traditionally, when I've run the numbers by hand, it's been about 15, 20% higher when you add those 18-year-olds to the numbers. This is a cumulative slide from March on of all 17 and younger. It is important to know we have had 4 deaths in the state of Florida to date, 2 in the 10 to 14-year-old category, and 2 in the 15 to 17 category.
So what is our current positivity rate, not cumulative, but 25 point,
Because we are still doing more testing,
but that's cumulative.
it is still cumulative.
But I'm talking like, is it being tracked on a daily basis so you can actually see?
You did.
How it's falling?
Go back.
Or how it's increasing?
That's your current data. So our current total, somebody get their calculator out, would be 27, 29, 12, 3, 24, and 4. Anybody good with math? So add up the orange lines.
I know.
Well, technically our school age. Actually, if you want our school age, it'd be the blue lines. Add your blue lines up. So if somebody's math is correct, they say 81. School-age children currently are case positive, SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19 positive. So if they were enrolled in school, if we were actually in a calendar academic year right now, we would have to address a situation of 81 children exposing teachers and staff, kids, bus drivers. And we're tracking this every day, Ms. Powers. It is being reported, and like Ms. Sessa said, the health department is breaking it down by school, but this is a new category that we asked them to do. So it's, getting their software up to date and educating their contact tracers. And as you know, they don't have enough contact tracers.
I got 87 kids.
It's 87.
Was it 87 for school age?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't even try to add. So we, at one point, around the 4th of July, had a positivity rate of over 50%. Now, this is a cumulative positivity rate. We are now currently, as of this past Friday, down to 25.6. But if you look at that graph right there, and the whole graph's not published, we're still taking the lead.
Does that include 18-year-olds?
No.
Okay, it does not.
No, it does not. When you look at our data for our pediatrics, we're only fighting a couple of counties for first place, and this is not the race you want to win. This is from the weekly report. This is for Martin County. This is your age distribution. You have your all cases, with 3,132 being your cumulative case when this was published.
Yesterday.
We
didn't have today's yet.
Okay, well, this one's only published once a week.
Oh.
So I don't know the actual, I guess 719, yeah.
Yeah.
And then on 7/19, we had 44 new cases. Hospitalizations cumulatively, 273, with cumulative deaths of 51. And you can see how the deaths break down. You know, we've just now getting our hospitalizations in our youth, but you do see we do have them. I don't know. No, I don't think so. Oh, it is. Okay.
I would like to take this moment to thank you, Dr. Jordan and Chris Sosco from Cleveland Clinic, and also the Department of Health, that they've met with us for a month.
I can't hear you.
So I'd like to thank Dr. Jordan and Chris Sosco from Cleveland Clinic, Martin Health, and the Department of Health. They've all been together with us, as well as some district employees meeting on an itinerant basis to look at all this data and continue to try to determine how we can help. So I appreciate the time letting us present today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know this was a lengthy presentation, but it was important information for you to have. And this is current, this is ongoing, you know, on our partnership. I mean, I cannot thank these people enough for the time that they have given to the school district to be a part of this. So again, you know, to the participants in this response team that has met every morning at, what time do we meet? I mean, there's so many meetings.
Back to school plan for the rest of the presentation, absolutely.
Yes, and this is
The back-to-school
ongoing.
team.
So again, I cannot thank them and the staff enough for the job that they have done.
Ms. Roberts, did you have something?
Yes, and I've looked at a lot, this is Mrs. Roberts. I've looked at a lot of presentations for a lot of different counties, and I have to really thank you all, because this presentation and that information is much more substantial, much more in-depth, and has a lot more meat to it than what I've seen in other counties, and I really appreciate that. I want to be sure that
Thank you.
I want to be sure that both those presentations, the one that you did, Dr. Jordan, and the one that came from Carol Ann, that both of those get posted on board docs so that people would be able to have access to those as well. But thank you very, very much.
And again, to your district staff that has
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
broken their necks
Our entire
for this.
team.
Yes, absolutely.
Instructional operations have been working and 7:30 a.m. Zooms directed by Dr. Miller, and took a lot. Yes, ma'am.
Just your mic, Julie.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are running behind now. We usually take public comment at 5, but we're going to take a quick 5-minute break for the video, and then we'll start up public comment. If you could just wait right there for a second, we're going to, Representative Toby Overdorf is here. So we're going to let him speak, and then we'll begin public comment. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, board members, for the work that you're putting into this, for all the staff members, for the departments that are putting in so much time on this. And I know that we're all just working towards whatever it may be that's the safest solution that provides the best education for our students. And I'm just here to really try to understand all different sides of this issue, and also to be able to provide any state resources, possibly if that need arises. So thank you again for taking the time tonight and really putting your thoughts and putting your time into this. And I'm just going to sit in the background and learn as much as I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your support. Okay, so we have, I'm going to read this real quick. Citizen input is vital to the improvement of our district. Most times your remarks may be listened to without comment from board members or the superintendent. This does not mean they are heard with any less intensity or concern. Where appropriate, the superintendent and staff will investigate your comments and report back to you and the board with an answer. We thank you for taking the time and having the concern to make our district better. Your presentation to the board should not exceed 3 minutes, and we're going to be really strict on our 3 minutes today because there's so many people that would like to speak, and I have a lot of emails I'll be reading in between speakers. So if we could keep it to 3 minutes or less, we would really, really appreciate it. So our first speaker is Matt Theobald.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight, and I thank you for your service to our community. Having been both a student and a teacher here in Martin County, I understand the importance of your role as a board. I often share with my American government students the words of Thomas Jefferson, who once said, "The care of human life, not its destruction, is the first and only object of good government." This is as true now as it ever was. I have no doubt that you have heard and will continue to hear facts and evidence that suggest returning to traditional brick-and-mortar instruction is unsafe at this time. I too have seen that data, and it is my personal opinion the decision to go back to in-person instruction at this time will cost lives. This is contrary to Jefferson's belief in what good government is. However, I know that his words are not legally binding. As constitutional officers, you have a responsibility to follow the law. Your decision to reopen has been based on a limited interpretation of one line from Section 1 of the DOE order to reopen schools, where it says that schools must be open to all 5 days a week. But that's not all the order says. It also provides for exceptions to Florida statutes relating to start and end dates, the 180-day requirement, reporting requirements, among others. These waivers give the board tremendous leeway to create a plan that is safe for all. But if that isn't enough, Governor DeSantis himself even stated, if district leaders decide not to reopen, they will not be penalized. However, I did notice that one requirement was not waived in the DOE order, Rule 6A-10.081, the Teacher's Code of Conduct, which states, Florida educators shall make reasonable effort to protect the student from conditions harmful to learning and/or harmful to their mental and physical health and safety. Just as you have a responsibility to keep your constituents safe, teachers have an obligation to provide for the safety and well-being of our students, and none of us is capable of that right now. This is not just a moral obligation, but rather a legal requirement. As the rule continues, violation of any of these principles shall subject the individual to revocation or suspension of the individual educator's certificate or other penalties as provided by law. In addition to protection from this virus, I want to know which one of you is going to protect me from liability for not living up to this oath. I have sat in this room many times, and I've heard board members and district personnel speak of the importance of relationships with community, with students, and with staff. What will the impact be on our relationship with the community when they realize we aren't serving the will or serving the public good? How will relationships with teachers be affected when you tell us that we are expendable? And what good is the student-teacher relationship if the student and the teacher are dead? My name is Matt Theobald. I'm a member of the Martin County Education Association, and I want to return to the classroom, but only when it's safe to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Next up, we have Kimberly Davis. In the meantime, I'm going to read an email from Jody Porter. With regard to school openings under the restrictive guidelines with the cloud of COVID, why isn't anyone addressing the stress of children will be under by being in such an oppressive environment so vastly different from the way school used to be? Mandating kids to attend under these conditions is ridiculous. This puts everyone, kids, staff, and teachers at risk.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Davis, and Tony Anderson, I'm going to look directly at you because you are a friendly face to me. And as I speak, I want to look at you. John Lewis wisely said, when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something. You have to do something. Now, board members, you were elected to use your voice to make a difference. As I look around the room, I notice that there are no spectators. All of these people that are outside, this boardroom is empty. Why is that? It is because you are following strict social guidelines. You are voting to send students, staff, and teachers back at near full capacity, but this boardroom is empty. You are voting on an arbitrary order that doesn't allow for safety, but your boardroom is empty. You want us to trust you, but your boardroom is empty. What is the real reason you cast your vote? We know it isn't based on science. We know it isn't based on medical expertise, because your boardroom is empty. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Carrie Ann Harrington, and this, I'm going to read an email from Jeff Taylor. Hello, my name is Jeff Taylor, and I'm the father of a 20-year kindergarten student. I can't for the life of me why the decision to go back to school in the fall is on the table. It would be an absolute disaster with the current COVID trends. Online schooling until we have a better option. Please do not fall victim to the pressure of the state mandate. We owe better to our kids, teachers, and school staff in its entirety. There is no answer at the moment. We'll all get through this if we make the right decision. Good.
Hi. I'm deeply concerned about returning to face-to-face instruction,
Could you
especially...
state your name for the record, please?
Carrie Ann Harrington.
Thank you.
Especially now that Dr. Jordan presented her data and it doesn't support schools opening. I am scared for myself, my coworkers, my students, and my children. I understand that there is only so much that the district can do to mitigate the risk of COVID spreading throughout the school. While I can sympathize with this, it does nothing to calm my fear. I believe in order to make it safe for everyone to return to school, all of the CDC recommended guidelines must be followed. The U.S. Pandemic Response Team recently recommended that 18 states, Florida included, roll back to Phase 1 of reopening. The courthouse in Martin County just went to Phase 1. As a state, we are considered to be in the red zone. As of July 21st, the cumulative positivity rate in Martin County was 14.43%. On July 16th, the Florida American Academy of Pediatrics wrote a letter to Governor DeSantis urging him to rethink the order because it is not safe to return to brick-and-mortar schools. Students and teachers will die because of school opening before it is safe to do so. I want to be back in the classroom, but only when it's safe. We all know face-to-face instruction is the best way for students to learn, but it is more than just face-to-face instruction that students need. They need to feel loved. They need small group work and one-on-one instruction. Peer group work and peer learning is also essential. This is what they need, not just a teacher in front of the class speaking or teaching from their desk, as it looks like most of our instruction will be limited to this year. Many teachers will try to maintain a 6-foot distance from students due to fear of catching and spreading coronavirus. The emergency order demands the return to brick-and-mortar school, and it's ensuring coronavirus outbreaks. Students will be hospitalized and die. Teachers will be hospitalized and die. How is this good for students? When there is a positive test, teachers and students will have to quarantine or schools will get shut down. This will negatively impact the students. There will be no continuity of their education. There is too much unknown about the long-term effects of COVID and how asymptomatic children are affected. The current research is showing that even though some are asymptomatic, they still have the same long-term effects as those who have symptoms. I have 2 children that need to be on a nebulizer anytime they have a respiratory infection. Even if they are asymptomatic, they can still have negative long-term effects of the disease. This is not a risk I'm willing to take. As elected officials on the board, you have an obligation to keep the students and staff at Martin County School District safe and secure. By voting to open face-to-face schools, you are not fulfilling your obligation. I want more than anything to be back in my classroom. I want what's best for my students. And right now, sending them to school is not what is best because it is not safe.
Thank you. Okay, next I have an email. Next up is Lori Prim, and then this email is from Julie Tracy. My name is Julie Tracy, and I am a local attorney and a parent of twin boys, 5, and a daughter, 7. My boys are supposed to start kindergarten in August, and my daughter will be entering 2nd grade. As a single mom and trying to run my own business to support my children, I don't feel like anyone is talking about the impossibility of working parents to work from home and assist our children with school at the same time. While many parents may have the luxury of staying home with their children, this is not a luxury I can afford. I rely on my children being at school so I can do my job. I can assure you that I cannot make a living while assisting 2 kindergartners and a 2nd grader with virtual school. I am respectfully requesting that you open school in August, as working parents still have to work, even if it is from home. Thank you in advance. Ms. Prim?
My name is Lori Prim. As you well know, the Florida Constitution guarantees the right of an equal and safe education for all children. Further, while I acknowledge the boundaries of school reopening plans argued using the statutes in Ms. Roberts' recent email, I am struck by the one regarding that school boards must account for the proper attention to the safety and health of students, and the one which states that the State Board of Education may alter requirements, including school days and hours during an emergency. I am at a loss as to how any current education plan can be implemented that does not, especially during a pandemic, commit first to safety. Safety precautions, including masks and cleaning, do not equate safety. Do we meet the safety criteria of the CDC? No. The White House? No. The governor? No. The American Academy of Pediatrics? No. Do any statutes or safety criteria address health department gag orders? No. Just today, U.S. Surgeon General Jerome Adams stated that what he wants people to know is that whether or not we go back to schools is not actually up to schools. It's about our whole community transmission. So do we meet the criteria of the Surgeon General to go back? No. We followed the statutes will be small solace to our entire community when our schools inevitably become super spreaders, and smaller still to those who get sick and or die in their families. Per the Florida DOH, by declaring a state of emergency, Governor DeSantis is ensuring that state and local governments have resources and flexibility they need to prepare and respond. Have you, as board members and school officials, lobbied the state, including our state representatives, for such resources, including those that would provide hybrid options on par with counties such as Seminole and Osceola? Have you asked them why, based on our data, we're not moving back to phase 1? Have you asked them why they've remained quiet during nearly all of this? And have you demanded their full attention and support? Did you personally request their attendance today, or did that all have to come from us? Because we've had no competent, comprehensive leadership at literally every level of our government, we have become bogged down in a conversation we shouldn't even be having, much like the mask conversation at the County Commission. As we fritter away precious time, any chance of a healthy economy and actual lives in our district go with it. I know you have all been working insanely hard with an impossible task, but I, like the Surgeon General, reject the assertion that you get to define what a safe school reopening looks like. That is up to the virus. That is up to the data. Data, a word teachers and parents alike have come to feel like we choke on. Yet here we are expected to deny it for a political agenda, and each and every one of you knows that that's what it is, and it's about money. So are you going to vote today to do the right thing and delay reopening, even if it's only for a short time, to buy us some time, or forge ahead recklessly with our complete moral collapse?
When joining the conference,
Your vote
participants
today
will hear
will not let you off as easily as past ones have. They will place you squarely on the right or wrong side of history.
Thank you.
You will never regret
Thank you,
having
Ms.
done every single thing you
Thank
possibly
you.
could have done to protect our community. Demonstrate leadership today and do the right thing. Antonio Lindorff, you're not right-wing in state funding. You have slashed
select silence.
You have the balls to come in here and say, if we need funding, yes, we need funding. You're a liar.
Press star 9.
All right. Linda Resos is next. I'm sorry if I got your last name wrong. I'm going to read an email from Cynthia Livingston. Open the schools with safety measures. I sub in Indiantown and would love to go back. Miss the kids at IMS.
These letters that you're reading, I don't have those in my pack. Diane. Sorry. The one she's reading, I don't have in the pack that you gave me.
Okay, I need to.
That's fine, just later, I can get them. Sorry.
Oh, hi. My name's Linda Resos, and you're right. Returning to school is important for the healthy development and well-being for children, but we must pursue reopening in a way that is safe for everybody. Public health agencies make recommendations based on evidence, not politics. We should leave it to the health experts to tell us when the time is safe to open schools and listen to the educators and the administrators to shape how we do it. A quote from Jeffrey Sham, one of the leading epidemiologists who teaches at Columbia University, says, "Schools are a mixing cauldron for disease. Kids interacting in close proximity is a really good environment for the transmission of respiratory viruses. Opening to early, not a strategy that he would recommend. Many teachers have been associated with, I have been associated with my 21-year tenure at Martin County School District, agree that schools cannot open safely with the massive budget cuts, fewer educators, and less help for students. What federal resources have you guys acquired to ensure that mandated funding does not stand in the way of safety, educating, and caring for children? What have you elected officials done appropriately to support school safety, safely returning to the classroom and reopening schools? Are we equipped for the success, and if so, how? Reopening must be driven by local data and the goal of restoring optimal conditions for learning and safety. Oh. It is that this is the nature of the virus. It is a flame, and we are the kindling. The more wood we throw on the fire, the more it will burn. We need to reduce class sizes, wear masks, stay home when sick, social distance. For all of this, we need more funding, more physical school space, more teachers, and more staff. If the 4 Ds, deterrence, disinfection, detection, and distancing, need to be in place before returning to brick and mortar, there will be outbreaks, and they will go quickly. Let's go back to brick and mortar when it is safe to do so. I want to see my children. I have not been able to do that. I have quarantined myself to be safe for everybody. I haven't seen my grandchildren. It is sad. It is awful. What I'm asking you is, please, let's keep everybody safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Lisa Kraft. Ms. Steffenthal, are you still there?
Press star 9. To select name and announce, press star 1. To select tone, press star 2. To select...
Ms. Steffenthal, are you there?
How do we let her in? To the bridge. Here, okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Kraft. The Florida mandate to reopen schools cannot be summed up by the single line, all school boards and charter school governing boards must open brick and mortar schools in August at least 5 days per week for all students. Any companion statements on record, including addendums by an author's direct supervisor, must also be considered. To that end, please direct your attention to Governor Ron DeSantis' speech in Apopka, Florida on July 17, 2020, 11 days after the original mandate was published. When, on July 17, 2020, Governor DeSantis made statements contradicting the order, these can and should be taken as orders superseding the mandate. These statements are on record. From News4Jax, a Jacksonville news station, which covered DeSantis' speech in Apopka, DeSantis said that if district leaders in the state decide not to reopen 5 days a week, they will not be penalized. To quote DeSantis directly from that same speech, "I think it'd be so counterproductive to tell them you have to go in," he said. "I mean, it wouldn't even work. It's not the right thing to do." They have the ability to opt, but I also do think we have to be sensitive to parents who really believe that the school experience is important for the kids. And so we've got to do whatever we can to kind of meet that. In addition, National Public Radio quoted DeSantis as saying on Monday, yesterday, "I didn't give any executive order." And the article continues, describing the governor's reference to Corcoran's order as a recommendation, not a requirement. So, what can we in Martin County do to preserve the school experience for our students? My proposal. 1, have teachers conduct remote instruction in isolation from our classrooms. In this way, we can honor the 54,000 minutes of work stipulated in our contracts while still keeping students and families, not to mention ourselves, safe. 2, begin remote learning on August 25th, but retain the teacher start date of July 31st, giving teachers time to collaborate on a plan of robust remote learning. Avid trained educators, such as myself, can guide school sites through the challenges of relationship building and social emotional learning online so that we can create a warm and reassuring back-to-school experience for Martin County learners and ease the transition into remote learning. And 3, continue this remote instruction plan for the first 9 weeks of school and then reassess with a task force consisting of health professionals, board members, administration members, and teachers to ascertain a plan for further instruction. It might be all remote learning, a hybrid model, or full brick and mortar as is deemed safe based on coronavirus infection and transmission rates at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Michelle Piasecki. And I'll read this email from Kate Logan. I'm very concerned about schools reopening in a few weeks, and even the county being open for that matter. According to the original reopening criteria, Martin County is not even safe to be in phase 2. We do not have a downward trajectory of documented cases within a 14-day period. We do not have a downward trend of positive test results. If it was not safe for schools to be open in March while trying to flatten the curve, why is it safe now? Please consider everyone's safety and make changes to the plan for reopening schools. Virtual school is the lowest risk according to the CDC. We should be listening to them. Good.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Piasecki. I am a parent as well as a teacher in our district. I am here today because I am worried about the impact of COVID on our community. As much as I miss my students and as much as I would love to go back to normal, it is too soon and too dangerous. I cannot see the families, the kids, and the colleagues I care about put at risk. Even the U.S. Surgeon General stated today that the country needs to lower the transmission rate of COVID-19 in order to reopen schools. That rate is not lowered, so I'm here to ask that you delay school and start classes remotely in order to keep people safe until COVID cases have started to decline. Consider this fact. We are planning to open schools when everything around us is being rolled back to phase 1 due to an increase in cases. For example, Treasure Coast courthouses
changing the setting.
are suspending jury trials indefinitely. That happened yesterday.
*1.
Even your meetings aren't at full capacity, and elective surgeries are being delayed at nearby hospitals. Why would we put our schools in danger when we aren't willing to take those risks in other facets of our community life? People say that it is because kids don't get as sick. But what about the ones who do? And what about the adults those children come into contact with? This risk is not worth it because it can be prevented. The right move is to go temporarily online. And when we do this, we should provide more supports for our families and our community than we did last spring. Building those supports take time, collective efforts. But I know we can do it. Some ideas for those solutions: create tutoring opportunities online for struggling students who might be having a hard time with online learning. Brainstorm safe solutions for those families who are struggling for childcare. I think we can find those solutions as well if we work as a team. While in remote learning, we can create and finalize plans to open safely. When we are ready to open schools a little at a time, when the cases are declining, we can confront those concerns and minimize problems and breakouts from coronavirus slowly so we can do it right and not take those risks. Also, think about the CDC procedures that state, staff, kids, and others must adjust to when we go back to brick and mortar initially. That process will not be easy for anyone. Masks are necessary, but not fun to wear. I'm not enjoying it right now. Do we want to help children learn these new procedures when the cases are so high and we feel like we're losing this battle? That would be really hard to do that, to teach kids to do that when we're all so stressed about it. Think about them. Our schools, our families, and our children in our community are too important to get this wrong. Let's don't take that risk. Let's show patience and teamwork to get this right. If we save one life, it was worth it.
Thank you so much. So we're going to take a quick break because we lost Victoria on the phone, so we're going to try to make that connection. So thank you for your patience.
Press star 1. To select tones, press star 2. To select silence,
Okay, sorry about that little delay.
Oh, that's okay.
Are we ready? Okay, we're good.
Okay. My name is Tanya Belvin, and first I want to thank the school board and Martin County staff for the time and consideration that they put into this intense situation put before you. It is appreciated. But unfortunately, the only choice we have is to go virtual if we want to make a safe choice for not only our teachers, our students, but our community. They say that social distancing is the only way to really stop the spread of this virus. In our schools, physically, we cannot social distance. The students will be next to each other on the buses, in the hallways, and in the courtyards, and the cafeterias. My cafeteria will have 350 students sitting next to each other, 10 students per table, masks off as they eat, they talk, and they laugh. Social distancing is not physically possible with the way that our schools are set up. I know our staff has tried very hard to try to make this happen. We've looked at many different ways to initiate social distancing, but it is physically not possible. we're putting our kids at risk. The only safe choice that we have is virtual classrooms to start back to school and let the virus recede. Thank you.
So if you stick around, I do have a question for our facility, or for Mr. Grabowski, specifically about the lunchroom. So I think he'll be able to address that late, if you stick around.
Okay,
So I
thank
did
you.
have his-
Hi, I'm Rachel Davis. I'm a student at Martin County High School right now. I'm going my junior year, and actually my mother is Kimberly Davis. Kimberly Bird, age 61, a first grade teacher and a mother of two. Conrad Buchanan, age 39, a professional DJ and father of Sky Buchanan. Valentina Blackhorse, age 28, administrative admission for Navajo Nation, mother of one. Judy Wilson Griffin, age 63, perinatal clinical nurse specialist. Nikki Leak, age 45, John Leak Jr., age 40, and Leslie Leak, age 74, a small DC area family. Waheen Dabil, age 43, a stay-at-home mom and mother of four. Leilani Jordan, age 27, Giant grocery store employee. Jordan Bird, age 19, a Fort Braden school custodian. Andre Guest, age 16, sophomore at Lawrence North High School. What do all of these people have in common? All of these people died from COVID-19. All of these people on this list are fairly young, and yet they still fell victim to a deadly virus. I cannot sit back and watch my mother become a name on a list of people who died in COVID. I cannot sit back and watch my teachers throughout my whole academic career become names on lists of people who died from COVID. I'm only 16 years old. I'm a kid. You are the adults in the room. Make the right decision. I refuse to see my mom die of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi. So thank you for giving me a chance to speak today. My name is Kristen Ostrega, and I am a speech-language pathologist for the Martin County School District. I ask that you please reconsider your decision to open brick-and-mortar schools. When parents and guardians drop their children off at school, the belief that staff will do everything they can to keep them safe is there. And while staff is doing everything in their power to achieve that goal this year, I believe that it is simply impossible to keep that promise to parents that their children will be safe if we start in-person learning in August. Custodians and administration have done an amazing job of cleaning schools in preparation for the start of the school year. However, through no fault of their own, deep cleaning schools is not enough to ensure everyone's safety. According to the CDC, the primary way that COVID-19 is contracted through person-to-person contact, which aerates the COVID-19 particles. This is of the highest concern to the enclosed air-conditioned spaces. Air conditioners, in fact, are known to help circulate those viral particles around closed spaces, such as classrooms. The CDC also confirms that COVID viral particles can linger in the air in enclosed spaces for up to 16 hours. That means that no amount of social distancing in the classroom will prevent students from being exposed to COVID-19. MERV 13 air filtration filters have been installed into air conditioning units in all schools. These filters have been shown to clean 95% of air particles out of the air. While that may sound efficient, that leaves 5% of viral particles circulating inside classrooms. This doesn't sound like much, but exposure to minimal amounts of viral particles is all that is needed to contract the virus. The government has also reported that if children do contract the virus, they will have minor symptoms and recover quickly. As of today, we do not have enough data to support that claim. There is data coming from adults that have recovered from the virus and that are experiencing long-term symptoms. According to a survey of 75,000 COVID-19 survivors that have no pre-existing conditions, most are experiencing one or more of the following symptoms: chronic fatigue, shortness of breath, brain fog, nerve pain, weight loss, hair loss, blurred vision, sore throat, and severe headaches. Coroners have found traces of the virus not just in the lungs, but throughout the vascular system and in the brain. As to whether children can spread the virus, a recent study from South Korea of 65,000 school-aged children discovered that children are just as likely to spread the virus as adults. This data is concerning because there is much that we do not know about the virus. While all the data presented thus far is very serious, I've saved the most upsetting for last. The CDC suggests that the mortality rate for children who contract the virus is 0.16%. Of all the children registered in Martin County schools, this means statistically it could be possible for 30 school-aged children to die from this virus. I'm going to repeat that number, 30 children. That's 30 sets of parents that would have to bury their child, 30 empty classroom desks. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Chapman is next, followed by Emily Cady.
Can I speak without the mask or mask preferred?
No, you can.
Okay. Yes, I can? Okay. Sorry. I think it's easier to speak without the mask.
And will you speak close to the mic, please?
Yes. My name is Shannon Chapman. I live here in Martin County. We owe it to our children to provide a traditional brick-and-mortar educational school system. Sadly, social media has become so powerful that most people obtain their facts from misleading, unsound, and often erroneous posts. We've allowed fear and anxiety to outrule and overrule our traditional, true, rational thinking. We are not built for isolation. It not only feeds depression and anxiety, but it is a vehicle towards suicide, chronic isolation. It creates obesity, leads to diabetes. Obesity and diabetes are two of the leading what I consider pandemics in the U.S. It has a huge impact on one's immune system. It declines over time, deficiency, it deranges our physiology. Scientific facts prove that humans cannot learn in isolation. Studies prove children learn best in groups with peers. There are numerous benefits for social skills that are obtained in the classroom that cannot be taught at home. The virus will be here predictably for at least the next 5 years, if not longer. Like all other pre-existing viruses, it's inclined to mutate in order to survive. Is it the objective to teach our children, the next generation, to cower in the wake of fear? This is and never has been the American way. Speaking from a long line of naval officers, all of which fought in every prelude to modern and modern war, we press forward as Americans, and as Admiral William T. Halsey demonstrated, we lead and persevere. The CDC in 2018 has estimated that, if you want to put in perspective, ages 1 through 44, that almost 200,000 people had died from the flu and pneumonia. Yet we do not take these measures that we are discussing here today to clean the classrooms and to bring on 6 feet of social distancing. In fact, as I'm witnessing in the lobby now, the teachers that are standing out there that are so concerned with social distancing are all gathered in a large group. I have friends that are opting to homeschool so they can find ways to educate their children on their own time because they don't have faith that the school education system will not back out and revert to virtual schooling. There's a significant cost in not resuming a traditional school discipline. Parents are torn, especially the middle class and the below middle class, in deciding between putting food on the table and keeping a roof over their heads and education. Single parents who need to find a way to educate their children and keep a full-time job.
On that same notion, we say we care about our children, but we're forgetting about those stuck at home 24/7 with an abuser, and poverty-stricken homes where children look towards at least one solid meal.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
my time is up.
Thank you very
for your
much.
time.
Emily Katie? Emily Katie?
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right. First of all, my name is Emily Katie. I'm a third-year elementary school teacher in Martin County, and I love my job. I'm here today to speak because I respect my fellow educators, I care deeply for my past and future students, and because I love my job. But I am scared. I am dedicated to providing an equitable, safe, and virtual education for our students until it is safe to return to brick and mortar school because I love my job. I will do my part, along with my colleagues, to close the achievement gap safely in Martin County because I love my job. We will not need to be virtual forever, but we need to be virtual now. I say this in a field. I stay in this field of work because I believe this too shall pass and because I love my job. By making the decision to start virtually, you are making the decision to keep teachers that love their jobs in this field. Please take the health of our staff, students, and families into serious consideration when deciding the best way to resume class. Please keep my colleagues safe so that we may continue to do what we love, our jobs. Though Martin County may be small, we do have the power to do what is right for our students, families, and staff. Our students deserve to have teachers that can continue to love their jobs safely. Though I am paid less than unemployment, I still love my job. And tonight, I urge you to make a decision that all school employees are worthy of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Patricia C., followed by Rachel Aida, maybe, or
AIDA, AIDA, the opera?
AIT, either U or A. I can't.
Oh, not the opera.
This is Patricia C.
Hello. I feel like a space alien right now. I'm the queen of quarantine. I don't normally come out. I felt it was so important for me to share how I feel today. That's why I'm here. We're making a mistake. The district has prepared me to keep my students safe. And I don't feel that I'll be able to do that. You've taught me if there's a storm where I take my kids, how to keep them safe. If there's an active shooter, I can handle that. I know what to do. I don't know how to protect the kids from this danger. I don't know where it is. I don't know if we're able to keep ourselves safe. In teaching, my job requires an interactive classroom, hands-on learning, working peers together, having the kids get together to learn, to problem solve, to challenge each other. We can't do that. My focus in the classroom or in the library, because I'm a media specialist, is going to be on safety and sanitizing. I'm going to be under a lot of duress and stress. I'm not going to be the effective teacher I normally am. I cannot imagine the grief that would be shared by all of us if anyone's life is severely affected or lost. I think about that. And I don't think there's a single person in this room who could live with themselves if something horrible happens. I can't be a part of this mess. I teach students to listen and learn from data, and that science is something we need to pay attention to. We're not making a wise choice about our return to school. I have a master's degree. I've been a highly effective teacher my entire career. I'm a team player, and I have given a lot of myself in this job that I love. I've been watching all summer to see how our return is going to be handled. I've asked questions, and I can see that there's little I can do except to make the decision not to return to the classroom. I have given up a lot in teaching in Martin County School District. I've taken a cut in pay.
Thank you. Thank you. We
And
have to keep it to 3 minutes. I'm
there
sorry.
are other really good employers who want me.
Thank you. So Rachel, yes, and then followed by Christian Molina.
So 5.
Hello, my name is Rachel Aitu. I appreciate the time you've given me to speak today. I am a mother of 3 children who attend the schools in this district. I'm also a para in this district. I love my job so much. I love supporting teachers and students. It just makes me so happy every day when I go to work, and I'm happy when I leave at the end of the day because I've had such a great day. I do not feel safe going back to brick and mortar right now. I would urge you to please allow us to go virtual until numbers of COVID cases go down. I'd like to shine a light on what paras do in these schools. I work in an elementary school. Large amounts of our children eat breakfast at school every morning, and myself, along with other paras, supervise them. Hundreds of them in about the course of an hour, hour and a half. We help them open milk for the kindergartners. We help them get their food. We do so many things to help them, and I love being there with them. Then I proceed to go to 4 different classrooms, and I know many paras who go to more classrooms than that. Around lunchtime, we supervise another few hundred children for about an hour to an hour and a half. I like doing this job. It's so much fun working with them. But I want to keep them safe, and I don't feel safe going back. I feel like I would be spreading, possibly, the disease. I know when you eat, you must remove your mask. I feel that myself, my family, the students, the community could be exposed because of the dangers of this disease, this virus. I appreciate all that you do here in this school district to support our schools. I truly love being the parent of students in this district. Our teachers, our staff, they do so much. I'm grateful. I'm happy to be in this district, and I trust that you will do what's in the best interest of the children in this district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Christian Molina, followed by Elaine Goendu. Elaine after that.
Elaine what?
Goendu.
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 Go.
Goindoo. Looks like.
Okay. Got it.
Good evening. My name is Christian Molina. I am a graduating senior from Martin County High School. It is vital to keep our schools closed to protect our teachers, students, and our community, to keep them safe. If schools don't close, if our schools don't close, we are at a higher risk of spreading COVID-19 like wildfire. As a student myself, I know most students will not wear a mask all day and will play pranks and just not social distance. It is not in our nature. It would be like teasing students in school and putting more stress on teachers who already have to worry about their own kids' well-being. So please, I beg you to keep our schools closed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Elaine Go and Do, and then followed by Kate Logan. I think it's Kate Logan. Did I read hers already? Oh. Did I say your name? That does
Elaine
not like,
Go and Do.
That does not look like an Elaine.
I blame my parents. I want to thank you guys so much for the opportunity to speak to you. I want to thank you for all the hard work you're doing. I know this is a trying time. I think right now there's a lot of things people are saying, but at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we are placing the safety of our students above anything else. And I think we can all agree on that. Wow, yeah. So I just want to go over some numbers. As of July 18th, there have been over 137,000 deaths in America. Black American deaths are 5 times higher. Hispanic American deaths are 4 times higher. Let's put this in perspective. America is home to 4.25% of the world's population, but accounts for 23% of COVID-19 deaths. We got to do something different. Indian River and St. Lucie County have already pushed back their start dates. Palm Beach County has determined a virtual start with staggered student reentry. I think that's a pretty good plan. You know, I hear that parents are concerned about staying home and they have to go to work. We understand that. Going to work also increases the risk of exposure, which exposes our students, which will spread the virus faster than lice. Are we going to handle this situation better than we handle lice? I hope so. Representative Overdorf, while you're here, maybe we can see if there's any kind of funding that we can use to help support these families, maybe from the state instead of waiting for the federal government. It would be nice if we can take care of our own here locally. I'm deeply concerned with the reopening plan. If you don't have enough manpower to wipe each desk after each child, we're not prepared. You can go to Publix and get your cart wiped down between each person. But we can't do that for our desk. That's something we have to put into consideration. If the school can see the need to space out desks for social distancing, but still seat students 2 to a seat, sometimes 3 to a seat, because we don't have enough buses, we're not prepared. The lowest common denominator, right? So if the school buses where students are going to be this close together, then that's where it's not going to work. It's the weak link in the chain. We know that students from low socioeconomic communities ride and rely on public transportation, school transportation to get to school. We know this. Title I students are tied to the bus schedule. We're putting these children at greater risk. And I'm asking that we make sure, as a county and as a district, that we put the lives of our Black American students, Hispanic American students first, as well as all of our children. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So we have Kate Logan, followed by Kristen Brown, and then finally Luis Farias.
Good afternoon, Madam Superintendent and board members. My name is Kate Logan. Today, I would like to voice my extreme concern about going back to school in person. As a teacher, student safety is my top priority, even above education. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, a student who does not feel safe will not learn. I know safety is your priority too. Over recent years, our district has worked tirelessly to make our students feel more secure at school. Here are just a few things we've implemented. All students are required to wear ID badges. Caregivers sign liability waivers for school events. No commencement ceremonies or classroom celebrations with families are held during school hours. All doors and gates on campus are locked. SROs are provided for every campus. Sections of fire hose are provided to place on door hinges during lockdowns, and gun-free zone signs are placed at all school entrances. No caregivers are allowed to have lunch inside the cafeteria with students. I could list at least 10 more. Many of these new procedures were met with disappointment from families, sometimes even disbelief. Ultimately, though, these decisions were made based on the idea that student safety is paramount. Today, I ask you, if we do all of this and more to keep students safe at school, why are we willing to compromise safety now? Schools closed in March in an attempt to flatten the curve. We stood together and stayed home, sacrificing our comfort, our jobs, our normal for the greater good. In the first 3 weeks of April, the positive testing rate in Martin County was 10.42%. In the first 3 weeks of this month, the rate is 13.54% and trending upward, 25.6% in children. How is it safe to return to school now? Our curve may have flattened for a while, but it is anything but flat now. We are still running the risk of increasing community spread and overwhelming our hospitals. The more time we spend reopening unsafely, the longer this pandemic will last. I cannot currently serve on a jury, rent a bike at Jonathan Dickinson, or visit a government building. Why is it safe to go back to school? If we want to get through this and get back to our students, the best way to do it will be to start school virtually. When positive test numbers start to decline, then we can look at safely reopening. Let's spend our preschool days learning how to improve virtual instruction instead of stressing about how to keep ourselves and our students safe and healthy. Let's plan for safety now to prevent the worst case scenario. One single student, teacher, para, or family member's death is unacceptable. Please reconsider your plan to reopen Martin County schools. Our neighboring school districts have taken steps towards safety, so why can't we? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kristen Brown. You only have 4 minutes. Thanks, Garrett.
Apologize.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kristen Brown. I'm a teacher at IMS Middle School. I wanted to talk to you guys about the social aspect of this, or the emotional aspect of this, and how trauma affects children. I'm sure you guys know last year we at IMS experienced a tragedy in losing a student. We had to have grief counselors there for months. I had students leave my classrooms multiple times. The student was my student. My daughter's birthday, his classmate, was 3 weeks later, and she found herself unable to have a birthday party because she just couldn't do it while she was grieving. I went to vigils with students. I went to his viewing. I went to his funeral. I was there with my students. I held them. I hugged them. I don't want to have to do that again. I can't do it again. I want this to be safe. I want to go back to the classroom. I do. But I want to do it in a safe way. When it's safe, we can go back. And until then, we need to go virtual. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Farias, followed by Frank. I don't know. Frank. Luis? There he comes.
Hello, my name is Luis Farias, and I am the current Mr. South Fork. I know your budget workshop is coming up, and I wanted to give you something to think about while you plan for it. Before I begin, I'd like to say that I like the officers we have now. I specifically want to mention Deputy Dale Hardy and how great he is. This is not about me asking to fire people. I want to provide insight as what's me as a student think about proposed spending. I personally think if we're going to spend 2.35 times more on deputies and counselors, then conversations like these ones should raise some alarms.
Do we have to have a second car
A second what?
for the police, 3 extra police officers?
It's one car, they won't get it without the car.
Actually, we talked about carpooling with them. They weren't interested in carpooling.
Okay, so we
did
don't really
mention
do
we could only
videos,
afford
but
the officers
you
and not
can,
the
you'll
cars,
have
they
your
wouldn't
3
be willing
minutes to
to-
speak.
Okay, fine, I'll skip over it.
Okay, thank you.
That clip was from June 26, 2018. It's basically saying that officers were refusing to carpool when we were talking about the budget. I've been watching almost 20 hours of old and new meetings from a few days prior from now, and as of right now, I'm seeing that the extra SROs are budgeted for $441,590, while the guidance counselors only get $194,154. And now we're seeing unspent money, and we're talking about hiring 8 more guards at $288,000. As a student, I see kids not participate in clubs simply because there's no money to do so. The South Fork High School robotics team doesn't even have a building, but they're world champions. In my freshman year, I was interested in joining, but I could not even afford to join the team. Mr. Anderson, I appreciate the work you do, and lots of people look up to you. You're the only minority on the board, and for people like me, it gives me hope that there's someone there representing us. I want to take time to re-amplify what you said last workshop. Last workshop, you mentioned that we should look at our options. The option the board seems to be deciding on is that we're planning on spending more money on guards. Guards like the one who yelled Trump, Trump, Trump as I drove onto campus. And I actually know him personally, and I think he's a great guy. But adding more security is overkill, and it creates an environment where minorities feel uncomfortable. The board has an opportunity to take that money and fund new equipment that actually benefits students. The soundboard in the auditorium at South Fork High School is from the 90s. The ceiling is caving in the choir room. I understand that we have to be safe, but to quote Mr. Anderson, at Stoneland Douglas, the deputy was one of Broward County's finest, and that did not guarantee anything. That does not mean I do not appreciate the deputies on campus. I appreciate the effort in trying to keep students safe. But as of right now, South Fork High School has 2 deputies and 2 guards. We do not need more. We need funding for girls' sports, the arts, CTE, because at the end of the day, when a student cannot afford to go to state competition or play football, you're denying kids the chance to succeed. You're denying them the opportunity to show colleges their abilities, the chance for them to escape their environment at home, the chance for them to discover their interests and options leaving school. And whether you believe me or not, that feeds into institutional racism. I would like to thank you for your time, and I hope you consider my message today.
Thank you, Luis. Mrs. Gaylor will be reaching out to you because to just clarify a few things for you that you mentioned during your comments, but she'll reach out to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last one is Frank.
Frank?
I know.
Good evening, Frank McChrystal here. Great entertainment at home. Had to come down, check it out in person. First off, such an important meeting. I can't think of any excuse for all members not to be here in person. Tony, you as much as anybody should know that virtual learning is zero learning for a huge percentage of the kids. A lot of talk about data. You know, these days it's gotten hard to understand what to trust and even harder to verify. But this will be simple enough for me. And I'm no mathematician. 54 deaths divided by 161,000 Martin County residents equals a death rate of 0.0003354. Multiply that by 10. 0.003354. Multiply it by 100. 0.03354. So that's some good data. That's real data. So, here's the biggest of umbrellas that you all need to understand. called Cultural Revolution, and it's being amped up in the last 6 months. And getting kids back to school this fall is the line in the sand. It should be the line in the sand. I need you to be leaders. Be leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment. We appreciate everyone coming out, and everybody stick around. We still have some more things to go through. I think some of the questions that were asked during public comment or some of the items that were concerning will be addressed through questioning from the board. Okay, so we'll go back to our presentation, our reopening presentation. We were completely done with that, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll turn it over to the board if you had any questions about the reopening. I'll start with you, Ms. Steffenthaler. Did you have any questions for the reopening, about the reopening presentation? Okay.
I did have a question.
Okay.
I wanted to ask about extended day. I've been receiving emails regarding, I guess, a notice that went out to teachers who might need extended day. And I don't remember seeing anything come from the district regarding the cost of extended day before the notices were sent out. So I'm just wondering, what the cost is going to be and when the notices were sent out, and if we can see what notices were sent out, what it was based upon, et cetera.
So Dr. Featherstone will address that.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, Madam Superintendent, Madam Chair. What I would like to share with you is our Director of Public Information sent out a district-all email to all of our staff regarding the proposed extended day with the cost, which were going to be $55 a week per child.
Ms. Featherstone, you're breaking up a little bit. I can't hear you.
So the cost is, the email went out to all district, and it went out from Mrs. DeShazo, our Director of Public Information. That email was sent to give all of our district employees the priority to begin registration. I don't have those numbers right in front of me. They ranged anywhere from 2 enrolling out in Warfield to 26 at some of our other schools that we already have registrations for. The cost is
enrolling out where? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The cost is $55 per student, and then second family members, I don't recall what the possible discount is. Currently, the increased cost is due to the fact that we are following CDC guidelines, where we have a student to employee ratio of 9-to-1, so 1 adult and 9 children. And then the capacity within each one of the schools depends, which Ms. Everman provided per school, how many students we could support at the end of the day for extended day. The majority of the extended day programs, we're looking at a 2/3 cost increase as well as space availability. So I may have had 300 students at Citrus Grove Elementary last year, where this year the max I will be able to facilitate will be 103. If CDC guidelines are lightened and the number of students that we could facilitate, that would be an impact. But currently, that is a cost that we worked with finance and legal to work around covering cost. Ultimately, we're trying not to lose money.
Okay, I understand that. So I was talking to somebody at the county yesterday, and they received some CARES money, and I'd like to put the district in touch with the person I talked to, because they're thinking they may be able to somehow help possibly with the child care costs. I don't know about the CDC supplies and all, but they talked specifically about maybe child care in terms of some of the money that the county received. I don't know if that's definite, but I think it's worth a conversation. So if you'd like to be, if you're interested in that, I will I'll give you the information about who to talk to.
That would be wonderful. If you want to just send the information to me and copy Ms. Iolucci,
Sure.
that will be great. We will reach out to them.
Because my thought would be that maybe that can reduce the price for those in attendance, and that might help a bit. I will send that to you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Roberts?
Is she done?
Was that all you had, Ms. Steffenthaler?
Yes, that's all I have at this time. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Ms. Roberts?
So this is Mrs. Roberts, and I had a few things. So the first thing about the extended day, Victoria, I wanted to give you some more information. So in my position at Children's Services Council at the beginning of the summer, it became obvious with that 9-to-1 ratio that was going to be a problem. And to give you an example, at 10th Street, where they normally would run a summer camp that would take care of 150 to 160 children, they were reporting that they would only be able to take 18 children at that camp because of the 9-to-1 ratio and because of the social distancing and having to keep those groups separate. So Children's Services Council stepped up and tried to get their partners and receive some nice feedback and some nice collaboration there. And like at the City of Stewart, they opened up additional spots at Flagler Center and also at the Shuffleboard Court. So I do know, and I do think that is a big problem just because of those ratios. And I'm glad to see that if those CDC guidelines change and those numbers change, we would be able to open up that a little bit better.
So just let me jump in right there. The CDC guideline has changed. It is no longer 9-to-1 for childcare facilities. It is, a safe, a number that is safe, maintaining social distance. It is not 9-to-1.
Right, so it isn't that's not 9-to-1 now, but I was just using that as a thing for when it started, it was the 9-to-1, and that's why it had to be that way at that time. And even though, for instance, the City of Stewart that was running that program, even though you would expect the cost to be reduced, it didn't really get reduced because you still have the supervision pieces and all that stuff in there. But anyway, on to my questions about the...
Mrs. Roberts, can I piggyback on that? Because you just said 9-to-1 wasn't the exact number, but that's just what Mrs. Featherstone was basing it on. So will that change the amount of money then? Would that be reduced because it isn't 9-to-1?
Well, I think
Mrs. Steffenthaler, allow me for a moment. This is Dr. Featherstone. I do want to reiterate, we do not know the exact number of students that will be coming as well, pending what the decision of the board is. But I will share with you that our ultimate goal is to get the program up and running and then adjust accordingly as necessary. It's not our goal to at any point in time overcharge or create a hardship for our families. We're trying to do everything we can to make sure we're creating a safe environment for not only our students, but our staff, and then to employ the staff. If we only have 30, we have current staff that we can use at each one of our sites and not have to hire 10 counselors at each one of our sites. So all of that's an unknown at this point until we know what our plan is moving forward and who actually does show up.
No, I understand that. I wasn't trying to say you were trying to raise the money for no reason. I'm just saying that if now the guidelines are not what they were before, I didn't know if you knew that until Lee Roberts said that or Mrs. Powers said that in terms of going back and kind of recalculating. But I know you're going to need more information to do that. But I will send you that information I have, too. Thank you.
Yeah, so the big piece, a lot of it has to do with the social distancing piece. So even though you might not have 9 children to 1, even if you had 20 to 1, you have to be able to socially distance them in a space that they're in where they still have the appropriate supervision. So, I mean, there's those two things that play into each other. So even if you're moving them to a separate area and you doubled that 9 to 1, you still have, you can't go, if the space only can accommodate 20 people at a safe distance, you can't bump it up to 50 or something because then you'd have to add more supervision and you need another space, but just
Right.
as an aside on that.
I get it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to my questions about the back-to-school plan. So the first question has to do with, I appreciate and thank you for I think it was Mr. Grabowski who talked about the floor plan surveys for the different classrooms. And I know that we have the sign-ups from Dr. Miller that we know who is going to be utilizing that remote learning piece. So then my question becomes, I guess you're merging that information together, correct? In order to, and that's all happening as we speak, right?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Roberts. We are utilizing that data at the school site level, the principals and assistant principals, as they are planning classes and making student schedules at this time, are using that data to help balance class loads to maximize the social distancing to the greatest degree possible in our schools.
Okay. The next one has to do with the bus loading and the seat assignment. So I guess, Mr. Grabowski, there's going to be some protocol in some way that, since we're going to have, regardless of what the number is, especially, I'm thinking of at a school, if I know what my seat assignment is on the bus, you really don't want clumps of students waiting to get on a bus, since they all have to be socially distanced, but all that's being taken care of, correct?
That's correct. So our concern is students congregating, waiting for the buses to get on. So we're actively taking steps to figure out ways to eliminate that as much as possible so that the students don't congregate in the bus loop and that they will go to their assigned seat on the bus. But they will be loading as they get to the bus stop. So they will not be loading from the rear of the bus forward on dismissal. That will happen only in the morning. So when it's first come, first serve when they get there, so we can get them out of the large group and then onto the bus into their assigned return to home seat.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, and this would also be for you, is I know that from talking about what happened at summer camps this summer, one of the recommendations that we got or that was being passed around was to close the water fountains, especially with children. Now, I understand that we have requirements that are coming from the state as to we have to have water fountains at certain areas available for children. Is there somebody that we could ask for a waiver or something for that, so we wouldn't have to have our water fountains open? I mean, I know that part of the concern is...
Conference continuation is not active. The conference will end when the leader exits the call. To activate conference...
I know that part of the concern with small children in water fountains is that they're all over the water fountain. A lot of them put their mouths on the water fountain, that type of thing. And a lot of places I've been in, they just have the water fountain shut down completely. So I just didn't know whether there was somebody who, I don't know where you would even put that request through, whether that would be DOE or who that would go to, but is there somebody who can...
I'm going to have to do research on that, so it's a building code issue, that the building code requires it. I believe it's also a Department of Health issue. We'll have to do more research on that, but it's one of those codes that affects multiple agencies, so we'll have to ask if there's if there's a overseer of all of those codes, so we'll have to do research on that.
Okay, I'd appreciate that if you could do that. I'd appreciate
So I
that.
just saw Representative Overdorf raise his hand and volunteer to help us with that and coordinate those agencies, so maybe we can reach out to him and he
Okay.
can use his position to help us.
Thank you. And then my last question, it's a clarification question, which I want to have this discussion with Dr. Miller, just so that I understand this correctly. So just for the edification of anybody who's listening, and just so that I'm sure that I understand this correctly, Dr. Miller, that traditionally, before COVID, there were two types of education that you could get if you were a public school student in the state of Florida. One would be traditional, which is in-person, in-face, and the second would be virtual. So stop me at any point where I'm straying off course, all right? In the traditional case, you're using local teachers in your school district, and the model is based on attendance. You're given a certain number of days, a certain number of minutes that you're supposed to be coming to school, and students come to school, and that's how, whether it's the funding, but that's the participation of the student in the education process is based on attendance. Whereas in virtual, if you're a large district, you may have a virtual program of your own. So take Osceola, take Seminole, take even St. Lucie, which is twice as big as we are. So they may have their own virtual program with their own teachers. Or you could also go to Florida Virtual. And Florida Virtual is the statewide one that you could sign up for. Under those, the way that your completion or your education process is documented and given account for is course completion. It's not an attendance model. And that if you go to a course, if I sign up for biology, for example, and I do almost all of the biology, but I don't finish it, I don't get credit for the biology, correct? So it's not like, is that pretty much right?
Yes, that's correct, Mrs. Roberts.
Okay, so then we got an emergency order. And the emergency order that came from the Commissioner of Education said that since those were the only two methods, virtual or traditional, that in these times, if you wanted to do something different, if you wanted a hybrid method, which is the one on that bottom right infographic in the middle, if you wanted a hybrid method, you would be allowed to do that if you met the requirements of the emergency order. If you didn't want to do that, if you didn't want a hybrid method and didn't want to meet the requirements of the emergency order, it says clearly in that executive or that emergency order, you don't have to go down this road. But if you don't go down this road, you will have to offer your traditional education. So if we do not comply with the emergency order, file a reopening plan, get it approved, create a hybrid plan, then our requirement is that we, as a local school district, will be providing a traditional model. Because we in Martin County do not have a virtual model. We're not Florida Virtual, we're not a large district that runs our own virtual program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I also understand that most counties, most everybody that I'm looking at and that I've seen, I haven't seen anybody who's not moving in that direction of coming up with a hybrid model. So I guess my question to you is, are you aware of anybody who's not filing for a hybrid and not filing a reopening plan?
Thank you, Mrs. Roberts. I'm not familiar with any district. Those that I've spoken to personally are working on their reopen plan to be submitted to the Florida Department of Education by the end of July, as will the Martin County School District. Need to submit our reopen plan for approval in order to deviate from what is typical. As you mentioned, the two options under the law, and in the infographic, they're listed as according to the law. And then there is the additional option now for the hybrid, or something that is an innovative learning environment under these conditions. And in order to qualify for that, you would need to submit a plan. I've not talked to any colleagues who are not planning to submit a plan.
Okay, and then my last question on this, and then I'll stop on this subject, is what we did in the spring would not be termed as virtual because it didn't require a course completion and it was not that model. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I had.
Yeah.
Mr. Anderson.
Let me just quickly take a stab at it here. Okay, so based on what we're facing, I think there is little to no doubt that in proportion to the size of our district, our numbers are not good. And I realize that there are different categories that have been set aside, and I understand that. It makes sense. But could there not be a chance, based on what we're hearing, and I know that we don't have the power to do this, but I think it's staring us right in the face that our numbers really aren't good. And just maybe, okay, maybe, if they were still categorizing districts, there's 67 of them, Martin County will now be in that district that says, we just can't start right now because it's not safe. So now, I believe in law and order. I also believe in the rule of law, where no one is above the law. I believe as a school board member, we need to stay in our lane. I wasn't even clear up until tonight exactly what I thought I knew, what my role was, what our powers were, but because of the executive order, it has changed things, and I respect that. I believe in law and order, okay? But based on what we're faced with, is there not a way that we can respectfully ask, request of the governor or the commissioner of education, not the health department, I wouldn't dare put that on you all, okay? But I'm talking about the powers that be. You can't tell me that there are not a lot of influential people here in Martin County that understand that safety comes first, and that we are really in a bad situation with the spread of this thing. Myself more than anybody. I wish school could start. I wanted that. I just knew that when we had to break unexpectedly in March, okay, it was like a shark to us, to me. I teach also. But I just knew somehow that, boy, when the summer's over with, we would be ready to go. I just knew that. And I think it was wishful thinking, because even up until a couple weeks, I was still saying, we're going to go. And then all of a sudden, there are things that, external circumstances, things that are beyond our control, that we can't control, are saying, this is not good. Now, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but maybe it's the right time to do this. First of all, what I'd like to do, in all due respect, I really want to thank the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, chief executive, academic, Dr. Miller, risk management, Ms. Sester, HR, all of the directors and coordinators, principals. This has been tough. You guys gonna need a vacation when school will start from the so-called vacation. This thing had to have been stressful, okay? So I really want you to know how much I admire and respect you. Man, you guys had a tough job, and I'm gonna tell you something. Former board member Tina McSorley said something the other day that was pretty striking, and I thought about it. She was complimenting you all. I don't know if you remember it or not. And she also said that you guys should get a raise. Now, I never thought I'd say something like that when it came to administrators in light of how poorly teachers were paid and all other school personnel. But after this, let me tell you something. Fair is fair and right is right. Yes, we are a smaller district, but you guys, from the superintendent on down, had the same pressures on you as a large district. You had to play to the same standards, okay? And you guys have really come across in a big way. And I want you to know, as your school board representative, I know there's gonna have to be some changes here in the next couple of months. But the rest of you all that are here, especially in the top level positions, because of what I've seen in your performance, I'm gonna do my very best. If you're willing to stay on this ship, and we're gonna perfect it, we're gonna get even better. We are good as it is. So I want you to know that, and I'm speaking out as a one board member, I'm gonna do my best to see that you get fairly compensated when the time and the money is there, right on down to the principals, assistant principals, Because let me tell you something, this have had to have been a stressful time. And you guys, you need to be compensated as such. Because again, fair is fair and right is right, all right? But I'm going to hold my comments right now and see which way this thing is going. I kind of got ahead of myself, but I figured it was a good time to go ahead and get that in. But what I'm simply saying is based on what I'm seeing, and I don't even want to put anybody on the spot and say, do you think it's safe? I won't do that to you because I know that the decision is out of your hand, and I know which way the powers to be want to go, and I understand that. You know, it is important that we get going. We can't stay out of school forever. But man, we're just talking a temporary time for versus a lifetime. So what if there has to be a pause in what's going on? I know we didn't expect this, and I like to give examples, but again, if I boarded a plane and I'm flying first class, I'm paying for first class, right? So when it's time to eat, I want my prime rib and I want the real, I don't want the plastic stuff. I want the real thing and the cloth napkin and the whatever else they give you to drink. I don't drink, but whatever, I'll take it because I paid for it. That's the attitude of most people. But let me tell you something. If somewhere during the flight, it went down, do you think that me flying in first class or somebody flying in first class would say, hey, I didn't get my prime rib and I didn't know, you'd want somebody to throw you a life preserver and save you. That's what you would want. And so I say that to say this. Even with what is going on, it's tough just trying to get back to school. And then I'm hearing people, well, you know, and my kid have this individual plan and I understand all of that. But you know, right now, we're just trying to get back to normal. And you can't always have everything. Now, please don't fool yourself. I want to go back, just like a lot of people, to traditional. But teachers have become a victim of their own good in that they're not only teachers, they become counselors, they become big brothers and big sisters, they become role models and mentors, and you name it. They've even become child care workers and babysitters. And there are some out there that need the teachers because they need a babysitter. And I understand that. You do. But, in all due respect, if we don't get this thing under control, I don't know what the next level, if it will really matter. That's all I'm saying. This is really saying, and I don't know what the real answer is, but is there any kind of way that we can respectfully ask the governor, request that they reconsider where we need to be to at least get us started? So what I'm saying is that we will start out just like we ended out. Can't go wrong there because we already did that. And I know we're going to be better. And on any given day, we can flip the switch and we can go back to normal. What could be lost by doing that when you look at all the other things that's going against us? Because worst case scenario, if we even extend it for 2 weeks, all we're doing is kicking the can down the road because I don't know what tomorrow's going to hold. I don't know what next week is going to hold. It may get worse. God forbid. I hope it doesn't. And then what happens if we get started and then have to do a complete shutdown? They're canceling criminal courts because of this thing. They're letting people out of jail because of this thing. But we're going to send our personnel and our teachers and principals and everybody else that really can't afford anything else into harm's way? I just don't see personally where it makes sense. I want to be a team player. I want to do the right thing, but my conscience tells me that we need to try to come up with something different. And that's just my thoughts, okay?
Mrs. Towers?
Yes.
I can't tell if Mr. Anderson was finished or not.
Yeah, is this regarding reopening? I have a couple of questions as well.
Yeah. Okay, because I didn't know they were going to go there. I was kind of holding it off but then since they opened it up, I wanted to be able to talk about it. Is it okay to do that?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I thank Mr. Anderson for bringing that up and for what Mrs. Roberts brought up. The state of Florida is considered to be an epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic right now, and Martin County is one of the most severely affected counties in the state, with a positivity rate that has been well over 10% for the past 2 months. Our local hospitals have again canceled elective admissions and procedures to conserve staff and resources for the influx of sick COVID-19 patients. The recent face covering mandate passed by the Martin County Commission, along with the face covering requirements in many local businesses that are taking place at this time, and the national retail establishments have the potential to decrease our high community transmission rate. But it will be several more weeks before we can expect to see any improvement in that if it's to come. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that children not go to school until the positivity test rate is 3 to 5% over a rolling 2-week average. If I heard correctly tonight, it was stated that Martin County's rate is 14.6%, well over that. A pediatrician at UF Health in Jacksonville stated that there will be spread of the disease secondary to school opening. We all know this. Some children will be infected and hospitalized. Increased number of adults will follow the same path. Deaths will most likely occur due to school reopening. He goes on to say, we only have one chance and we must get it right. Another point I want to make is what's going to happen if teachers and staff decide not to return due to their concerns? Where are we going to find substitute teachers to cover classrooms? Where are we going to find teachers? The HR department can state that they have a list of potential substitute teachers. However, how many will want to work under these conditions or will become ill and cannot work? As a former principal in this county, I can tell you that our district has had a shortage of substitutes for many years. And I know from experience that you may be given a list by HR of substitutes, but when you try to contact them, oftentimes you cannot reach them, the number has been disconnected, or they're unable to take the job for another reason. And with this more challenging time, I would believe that this is even going to be much more difficult. It will likely be a nightmare for administrators because it is up to them to find a way to cover classes, which under these circumstances, I predict will be an impossible task. I want to say I understand that we're in phase 2. However, when the governor made the phase reopening cases, we were on a downward trend. And I looked at all of his research. I looked at all of the plans that were put out there. We're not in a downward trend any longer. The opening line in the documentation says phase 2 will begin after the successful conclusion of phase 1, which includes a downward trajectory, while maintaining adequate health care capacity. This will occur only when there's no evidence of a rebound or resurgence of COVID-19 cases and satisfies the benchmarks outlined in the Safe Smart step-by-step plan. And so I don't really understand why we're not back to phase 1. And I know we can't make that decision. But if we're following that plan and what he said, it should be a downward trajectory, and we're not seeing that. Governor DeSantis recently was quoted as saying, if district leaders in the state decide not to reopen 5 days per week, they will not be penalized. He just said that this past week. And so I think we as a district need to think about that, because if we're not going to be penalized, then we must do what's right for students and staff alike and make sure that if we're going to open, that we open when it's safer to open. And I said from the beginning that decisions must be made based on data and science. I will not compromise my beliefs and morals to stand behind a decision that's not made with the health, well-being, and safety of our students and staff in mind. During each meeting, I asked what I want to say also is, I really am having a struggle with the fact that I know there are people who are immune compromised. I know there are people who have family members who are immune compromised. I also know that what we're asking as a district, and I don't know how this goes from district to district, I'm hearing that it may not be the same in other districts, we're asking those that have who are immune compromised or have those situations to come in and work, and if they can't come in and work, then what they need to do is take leave, COVID time, and also take their FMLA, which means you don't get paid. Well, my concern is, and I'm saying this loud and clear, this is not those teachers' fault. Somebody mentioned to me, well, what if they were in a car accident? Well, they weren't in a car accident. What I want to say to that is, this is a situation that they did not create. We did not create this situation. If this was handled the right way from federal on down to state, we would not be sitting here with our numbers getting higher and higher and being a hot spot when we have other states like New York who did it right, and now they're able to open in a way that they should be, a careful, safe way. But we need to start looking at what's happening here, and we need to stand up. This is our time, and I know we have, there's rules, there's regulations, we're supposed to be following the governor, we're supposed to, listen, you and I both know that we need to stand up for what's right, and I will never not stand up for what's right. I'm going to stand up for what I think is right, and in this particular instance, it's about safety, health, and well-being of our students and our staff and our families. And if we don't stand up now, I don't know when you would stand up, because the problem is that if we open schools and we find out that and you know there's going to be a COVID case, just listen to the matrix tonight of how they're going to have to handle that. You're going to close a class down, you're going to close a school down, all of these things have to be put in place. So we're going to be in that situation. We can't say confidently that we're prepared to start school. I heard somebody say that. We're not prepared. No one's prepared at this point. And when you talk about other counties, other countries, our country is not like other countries. Our country let this go way beyond what it should have gone on. Our state let it go way beyond. And those countries that did open when they shouldn't have are now having to close. I don't want to see that, you know. And I want to also mention to you that the health and well-being of our students, their social, emotional health, I want them back in school. I'm one that would stand behind that in a heartbeat, but I just want to make sure that if we're going to do this, that we're doing it safe for everybody. Because the worst thing that can happen is that we send our students back to school, and our teachers are fearful of being there. And what does that do? And they would not intentionally do this, but that fear projects down to kids. The kids are going to be asked to put masks on, which I understand why. They're going to have to hand sanitize. A lot of what's going to happen, the focus is going to be about hygiene and being safe. What we need to make sure right now is that we have everybody in a place where they can come back and not have to worry that much about the hygiene. And they're going to have to, but not in a way that we're having to do it now, where that's going to be the total focus. You're going to lose instructional time. You're going to get them back in school, but they're not going to have the time for instruction that we thought. But what I don't want to see is socially, emotionally, that's affected because of what's going to happen when they get to school, because it's not going to be normal. It's not going to be like what they thought it was going to be like. So I really think as a board, we really need to think about this long and hard before making a decision that's not. And I know tonight we're going to talk about possibly moving the time back, the date back, and I am very much for that. I've been trying to talk to people about that. But we also need to think about it. Because we moved the date back to, let's say, the 24th, that doesn't mean on the 24th everything's going to be fine. I think we're going to need to be asking the superintendent, the health department, to every meeting give us statistics on what's happening, because what we're going to need to do, just like we ask teachers to do, we need to make sure that we're basing our decisions on data. And data has to do with the health and well-being of students and staff. That is really what we need to be doing. I know what you're saying, Corcoran said. I know what you're saying, Governor DeSantis said. I'm saying I'm here for my constituents, and I'm here for the students and staff of Martin County, and I think you all are here for that same thing too. And I'm sorry I'm not in that room, because if I could be in that room, I'd be there right now, and I'd be saying this louder and clearer, hopefully. But what I'm saying right now is, please don't let the people who think that they can tell us what to do. This should be a local decision. Push us and bully us to a point where we're not doing what we believe is right. And I'm not, for one, going to vote for that. I know I'm only one vote, but I'm just letting you know that I can't possibly feel that that's the right thing to do. I won't believe that, because that's not what the data is showing me. Thank you.
So, Mr. Grabowski, I have a couple of questions. Is he here? Yeah, still here. So one of the questions that was asked during the
You have to speak loudly, remember.
one of the questions that was asked during the open to the public was about the cafeteria, and Laura's here too. The cafeteria and what that's going to look like. I think I've seen a lot of people talk about having 300 kids in the lunchroom at the same time. It's very concerning. And how do you socially distance? And what do we have a plan? What's that look like?
Well, good evening. This is Laura Homedel. My husband's watching. He's going to kill me. Sorry.
It's okay.
Laura Homedel, Food Nutrition Director. I feel very confident. I've been having weekly calls with FDACs, talking to other food service directors, talking with all of the principals regarding modifying times. We have waivers in place where before we weren't allowed to start lunch maybe before a certain time or end lunch after 2. Now we can stagger our meals, and we can have every 10 minutes kids coming down to eat instead of everybody coming down at once. We've purchased tables. We've gone to a touchless system. That's already been done. We bought 30 carts, and I think I got about 5 due to a dairy grant for free. So we're going to have kiosks set outside in the campuses. Some of the principals I've met with already, we have a game plan where the kiosk will be out front when the children come off the bus, and they'll get their bagged breakfast, and they'll go right into the classroom. So it doesn't interfere with instructional time. They can start their breakfast and eat, so we don't have to do those staggered breakfasts. We are currently doing training videos for staff and for students on how to open up a milk and, teaching those skills. I'm very, very confident that we're going to do really well. We have bench seating in the cafeteria where 2 benches come together. Now we can turn that around so that everybody's facing one direction. So that's a lot safer. I just purchased 80 8-foot tables instead of the 6-foot tables, the bench style, and also some more outdoor feeding. And we're going to repurpose some of our old tables and put those outside on paved areas. Mr. Grabowski has been coordinating and helping assist with getting these areas for us. So we have the paved areas. I'm very confident. And we also have changed the menu around. We have a great dietitian. She changed the menu around so that we can get the line through quicker, less choices. But we want the food safe, we want the children safe, and we need to follow, of course, the FDAC's regulations. So between classroom, outside, and the kiosks, we'll have multiple
You intend
kiosks.
to have children socially distanced in the cafeteria?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Sure.
And then one other question, I think, Mr. Grabowski, about portables. How are portables, I know that they tend to be smaller sometimes, social distancing, and like, how's that going to work? Have you evaluated those in your plan as well as just regular classrooms?
So we have, the portables will also be receiving the MERV 13 air filters as well as the rest of the buildings. So the portables are treated just like the rest of the campus. The portables in our spreadsheet, we've got a plan, a furniture plan for them.
Okay.
And I would like to read a clarification into the record if possible, because I have a clarification from the, thank you, Mark. So if I may, this is a clarification to the response provided to the board on the July 7th, 2020 board meeting as it relates to portables.
Okay.
So there was a misstatement, and I would just like to clarify that.
Mrs. Powers, Mr. Borowski keeps cutting out.
Oh, talk real loud, Garrett.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, he's going to speak louder.
All right.
So not
All right,
all the
thank you.
school district sites have portables. The following school district sites do have portables: Martin County High School, Palm City Elementary, Spectrum Academy, Murray Middle School, Port Salerno Head Start, Indiantown Adult Learning Center, Jensen Beach Elementary School, South Fork High School, Pinewood Elementary School, Crystal Lake Elementary School, Hidden Oaks Middle School, Bessie Creek Elementary School, Felix A. Williams Elementary School, and the Instructional Center. The only sites that do have portables and are required to have a sink and restroom located inside would be the elementary school sites that are being used as classrooms. And this is where the misstatement was made, because we thought we were talking about the elementary classroom sites. The following school district sites that have portables: Martin County High School, Palm City Elementary, Spectrum Academy, Murray, Port Salerno Head Start, Indiantown Adult Learning Center, Jensen Beach Elementary School, South Fork High School, Pinewood Elementary School, Crystal Lake Elementary School, Hidden Oaks, Bessie Creek, Felix A. Williams, and the Instructional Center. At the elementary school sites only, one site has a portable that does not have a sink and a restroom. As it relates to hand cleaning, which is where the original response was generated from, all sites will be provided with refillable bottles of hand sanitizer to be used by staff and students. So the intention was that that we were to provide hand washing stations or sanitization stations in all of the portables, and the ones that do not have active restrooms will have hand sanitizer stations so that people can sanitize their hands in those rooms, and that was the clarification I'd like to make.
Okay. Ms. Roberts?
So this is Mrs. Roberts. So, Mr. Grabowski, can you check with, and I don't know whether you want to do this or not, but you could check with, I know that Children's Services Council has some information about those portable hand washing stations that some of the summer camps used. So I don't know whether those would be better or worse, but, I mean, just as an option, just so you know that.
Okay, we will look into that.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can take them over.
So I'm sorry, Ms. Powers, was there another question that you had about the portables? I know I asked to read.
No,
this
it was
into the
really, I remember the restroom question, but also, how you were going to socially distance, but you answered that, and I'm assuming I wanted to make sure that they were part of the plan.
Absolutely.
In the makeup, okay. Okay, perfect. And then I just had one comment about extended day. So I just wanted to mention, I think one of the things that I've heard from our staff is the increase in cost, more than double what they were paying last year. So in addition to everything that's going on, the unexpected expense of going from $20 to $55 a week, especially for families that have multiple children. So if there is anything that we can do to offset that, if we can make exceptions about where their own children can go, if it means that they can come into the classroom with them, if, as a parent, I would want to clean my classroom before I bring my children that weren't exposed to that all day. But if those exceptions could be made for parents that are struggling, because that is a huge increase for parents. So that was all I had. And we need to take a break for the video. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back, Victoria. Are you still there, Victoria?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. We're going to reconvene this meeting.
I can't hear you.
Okay, Victoria, can you hear me? Are you there still?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Let me see where we are.
11:06.
So Tony, do you have any board attorney update?
None.
Okay. Ms. Gaylord, did you have a superintendent update?
Okay, so what I would like to do is I would like to abbreviate my update and just, I wanted to be positive with my update and talk about the Green School District of Excellence Award that the district received, the Silver Award. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I did want to let you know that we did receive the Silver Award for, I'm going to close my, so maybe it won't interfere. Also, to let people know about the extended day registration that's going on at each elementary school. So I'm going to turn my volume down on my computer because I have some interference.
What? I can't hear you.
A wise guy.
Mrs. Gaylord keeps cutting out. I don't hear her.
She's not talking right now. She's
Oh, okay.
She's pulling herself
thank you.
together, pulling her stuff together.
Okay. When I look at the YouTube, I can't tell if it's a little delayed. Thank you.
There, that should help it. Yep. Did that help? Well, maybe. So, also the registration for extended day will be July 27th, and people need to go to their, make an appointment at each district-operated elementary school to sign up. The big news is, I think, our graduation, which we have our first graduation tomorrow, and that is at Martin County High School. It begins at promptly at 9:00 a.m. We will begin promptly. Gates will open at 7:30. People will not be allowed to enter before that time. So board members, I think that you have received your instructions. If you did not, please let me know and we will provide them for you. I will make a personal phone call to each of you to receive your instructions. So Martin County High School tomorrow morning, Jensen Beach High School Thursday morning, South Fork High School Friday morning, and Clark Advanced Learning Center is Saturday morning. So to share just some good news with everyone, and I think that we should celebrate our students, it will not be the typical graduation. This will be a very orderly, expedited graduation. But to let you know, more than 1,300 seniors graduated as members of the class of 2020. More than 50 have graduated with their AA degrees from IRSC. 48 seniors graduated with a perfect 4.0 GPA. 48 of our seniors plan to enlist in the military. There were 549 industry certifications earned, and all of the universities that you can possibly think of have accepted our students from Martin County School District. So just think of all the fancy ones that you need to know, and they were accepted there too. There were 6 Palm Beach Post Pathfinder Scholarship recipients in Martin County, including first place winners in the science and sports categories, 3 National Merit Scholars, 1 from each high school. There were more than 83,000 community service hours and more than $1 million in scholarships earned. So I look forward to our celebrations for the next 4 mornings for our seniors that are graduating the class of 2020 from the Martin County School District. And again, I think that we take seriously the governor and the commissioner's order, and you see that how hard staff and our partners in the community have worked to be able to implement every single possible plan for transportation, facilities, food, nutrition. Every department has been involved in this to be able to open school the safest way that we can, which goes without saying that we will continue to keep you updated on this and monitor this as we move forward. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Gaylord. I want to say thank you to you and to your staff. Everybody has done a tremendous job of, I mean, I get phone calls at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock at night. People are still working, trying to solve problems. And I really, really appreciate it. I know how hard everyone is working, and it is not going unnoticed, although it might seem like it. at sometimes, but we really appreciate everything that you're doing. Thank you. Okay, does anybody have any questions? Does anybody have any questions on any of the monthly updates that are listed in 11.08, 9, 10, 11, 12, or 13?
I do.
Okay, Ms. Roberts?
So this is Mrs. Roberts. So thank you for the charter school mental health plans. But can we get the data points for Clark and for TCCA? I know that Hope included theirs in their report, but can we ask the other two for theirs, please?
Ginger, you want to answer me?
Yes, ma'am, we'll provide that.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're moving on to 12.01. Ms. Roberts. In exploring implicit bias and promoting equity.
So this is Mrs. Roberts. I just wanted to share with my fellow board members that there's a webinar that's presented by the National Council on Family Relations that's about exploring implicit bias and promoting equity. The website is on there if any of you are interested in it.
Thank you. And then an update on the FSBA Board of Directors meeting? Ms. Roberts?
So that's the minutes. There was a Board of Directors meeting. Oh, this is Mrs. Roberts. There was a Board of Directors meeting on June 10th, and that's the minutes for that I share since I'm the person for our multi-county group.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing that and for representing Martin County. And then the last is the DOE webinar with FSBA on reopening schools.
So this is Mrs. Roberts. The Florida School Board Association had a webinar on July 10th about the reopening of schools, which had Chancellors Jacob Oliva and Eric Hall, and the DOE Chief of Staff, Alex Kelly. And I'm just giving you, the link is there if anybody's interested to listen to the whole thing, or I gave you a partial transcript also. I'm just sharing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to items pulled from the agenda, 5.03.
Mrs. Powers?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, so I'm going to ask if you would like to have this update or if you would like it to be brought back. I know that we've moved on, but 11.09 is the update from Mr. Grabowski on the Palm City Elementary and Jensen Beach Elementary. So I don't know if you want this at this time, or would you like us to bring it back to the next meeting or another meeting? I mean, the school's not going to be open in August. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
The new schools.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe at our workshop, it would be fine if you want to bring that back just for the sake of time.
Garrett, is that
Yeah.
okay? Do you need anything here tonight, or is that information only, correct? Okay.
Perfect,
Okay.
thank you.
And I think if everybody knows that it's filed on board docs, if anybody wanted to see it.
Okay.
So I think I pulled the 5.03. You want me to go ahead with those?
Mrs. Roberts, if you could wait for Ms. Vilwalk. Here she is, thank you.
Sure.
You can make sure you speak into the microphone.
Got me.
So Mrs. Bellwalk, the 5.03, 04, 05, 06, and 07. I had noted that paragraphs 19 and 30 on all 5 of those renewals needed the address changed. You posted an update, but I'll move approval of those. I'll make a motion to approve those, but the update that you posted does not have the change on it.
I will.
So if you can be sure that the motion is to approve 5.03, 5.04, 5.05, 5.06, and 5.07, correcting the address on paragraph 19 and paragraph 30. if anybody wants to second it.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Tony.
So I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so
510.
510, yes, sorry, I thought that was all of them. Yes, 510.
So 510, this is the same thing, it's just an address issue that needs to be corrected. So I move approval of 510 with the address corrected to the South Federal Highway.
I would second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So, did we approve we have to bring back the policy that has the address for the facility? I mean, I'm wondering if, once we, pardon?
Mr. Phillips, if you could come in.
So, I guess that once we officially change the address of the, in the policy of the board address, the new address, would it be okay with the board, so when we have these items that come forward, just to change the address in all of the agreements? We can go ahead and do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, I'm good with
Yeah,
that.
and I think it should be, it should say that, and maybe we correct that in our policy so
Yeah.
that it says the current new address or the principal address or something, we need to word it
Right.
so we don't have this,
Madam Chair,
yes,
Mr. Phillips is already working on that.
okay.
Yes, he is.
We have
Wonderful.
it for the workshop. I don't remember if it got put on for the next workshop on August 4th, but if not, then it'll be on the September one. I do think it's on the August, though.
Will you
Perfect.
please check and make sure that's on that?
Yes,
If it's
ma'am.
not on that one, it gets to the next workshop.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Okay, so we're moving on to 7.06. I pulled this one because it does involve VPK, so I am going to recuse myself. So that's the only reason, not that I don't disagree with it or anything, so. I will entertain a motion to approve 7.06.
So this is Mrs. Roberts. I move approval of 7.06.
And I second that.
I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously,
And with you recusing.
with Marcia Powers recusing. And then we have 14.02, the Martin County Schools K-12 Uniform Assessment Calendar.
Did we do 1401?
Oh, no, 14.01, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Are they going to hold these meetings in person?
This is Mrs. Roberts. At this time, they're planning on holding them in person, so I wanted to go ahead and get them approved, just in case they did.
Okay. Thank you. Okay,
You're welcome.
do I have a motion to approve?
Move approval of that.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Anderson, a second by Ms. Steffenthaler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 14.02, sorry, Martin County Schools K-12 Uniform Assessment Calendar. Questions? Do I have a motion?
I move approval.
So I'll second that, and I believe at some point, we're going to give us the board the comparison piece that compares us with the minutes for surrounding counties, correct?
You got a thumbs up from Dr. Miller on that, so.
Thank
I
you.
have a motion by Mr. Anderson and a second by Ms. Roberts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 14.03 and 14.04, again, involve VPK and school readiness, so I will be recusing myself on these contracts. And I'm going to ask, yeah, I'll talk to Mr. Anderson about
Yeah,
this
okay.
after the meeting, yeah.
So I had a question about 1404.
Okay?
So is it just Bessie Creek Elementary that has a character counts component? Kimberly Grubbs. School Readiness Early Learning Coalition.
Ms. Grubbs will be here momentarily.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and move approval of 1403.
I'd second that.
I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries with me recusing myself.
You want to keep going and come back?
Oh, sure. Let's do, okay, 14.05, the Martin County Comprehensive School Counseling Program. Oh, wait, here she is.
Hi there.
Hi.
Kim Grubbs.
Yes. Ms. Roberts had a question.
I just had a question for you. On your Exhibit 1, under the character development piece, the only school listed that has character development is Bessie Creek?
It should be all 12 schools. All 12 elements, all 12 schools have that.
Okay, so the curriculum for all 12 talks about Investigator Club, but the character development says not applicable for all of them except Bessie Creek, which says conscious discipline.
Okay,
So should that all say conscious discipline? No?
No, not all 12 elementary schools use conscious discipline. That's a school choice.
So what do you want to do with this then?
So we'll make sure if that, at the pleasure of the board, if we could
Okay, I got it.
And
make
just
the
so
edits.
you know, we need to make sure that that mirrors the, whatever was agreed to with Children's Services Council, because that's part of that.
And I believe that it was.
Okay, because there's like those deliverables.
Okay. So I move approval of 1404 with the addition of character counts in the character development column for all the schools on Exhibit 1.
I'd second that.
Second.
Oh. I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Ms. Steffenthaler. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously with me recusing myself. 14.05, renewal of the Martin County Comprehensive School Counseling Program.
I move approval of 1405.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Roberts, a second by Ms. Steffenthaler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 14.06, the renewal of the mental wellness plan.
I move approval.
I move approval of 14.06.
Give it to her.
Okay.
And I have a question on it.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Steffenthaler, a second by Mr. Anderson, and for discussion.
Thank you. This is Mrs. Roberts. So I didn't see, there's two documents that are posted. One that says edits accepted and the other one that says working copy.
Yes.
And I don't see the corrections for the numerical inconsistencies. I don't see the corrections made on either of those or any of these other.
It was our understanding that those were sent. If they weren't, we will do that with the corrections that you sent for the numerical.
So does this need to be approved now or can we wait until we see the corrected document?
It is due to the state at the beginning of August, so.
How do you want
So,
to handle this?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mrs. Roberts, do you know the numbers that were corrected?
no, there are inconsistencies in the two different sets of numbers, so I don't know which one's right, which one's wrong. And then there's also some editing that has the addition of all programs. I think that was on page 14 that had all of that, which wasn't on there either. So, hold on a minute.
It's due on the 1st? Is that when it's?
No, I'll have to look at the date. It's between August, I believe, August 1st and August 15th, and I don't know the exact date. I'm sorry.
So do you want to add it to a workshop, or do you want to do it at the trim meeting in a week?
We have a trim meeting next week. We could put it on that special meeting, because
Can we
we're
do
also
that
doing
then?
bus routes at that point in time.
And then we'd see what it really looks like.
Okay.
So we'll just do no action on this? Oh, so you have a motion and a second, but,
Madam Chair, if that trim meeting is 1 week away, then I'm recommending you postpone this to that meeting,
Good idea.
because otherwise it's a notice issue.
okay. So who made those motions?
I think,
Victoria and Mr. Anderson.
okay. So do we need to amend the motion?
Yeah,
Yes.
withdraw it. and-
Withdraw it?
Mhm.
So do you agree to withdraw your motion, Ms. Steffenthaler?
Yes? Sorry, couldn't hear you.
And the seconder agrees?
Yes.
Okay.
Were you talking to me, Mrs. Powers?
Yes, thank you. We got that. All right, perfect.
So do you want a motion to postpone 1406 to the July 28th meeting?
Yes, Mrs. Roberts, I
If it's
believe I-
necessary, that's fine.
So do you want to make that motion, Victoria?
Yes, I'll postpone 14.06 to the July 28th meeting.
Okay, I'll second that.
I have a motion by Ms. Steffenthaler and a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. 14.07, new requisitions to be approved for purchase orders over $100,000.
I make a motion to approve 14.07.
I second that.
I have a motion by Ms. Steffenthaler, a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. 14.08, request for ratification of released emergency-related purchase orders.
I move approval.
I'm making a motion to approve 14.08.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Steffenthaler, a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I have a question on 1409.
Okay, Ms. Roberts, 1409.
So 1409, on page 13, thank you for adding the yellow language, but under school resource officers, that yellow sentence that you added, I'll wait till you get there.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you insert the word additional in front of that? So the second sentence would say, additional school resource officers from the Martin County Sheriff's Department are assigned to each of the district's 3 traditional high schools funded through voter-approved millage referendum. Current funding sunsets at the end of 2021 to 2022 school year. Just putting the word additional at the beginning of that sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on page 8, where you have that same sentence, if you could just take that whole 2-sentence paragraph that you have on page 13,
Yes.
that starts with a school resource officer will be assigned, you know, that whole thing
Yes,
has
ma'am.
the word additional, and then ends with the 2021-22 school year. I think that would. So I would move approval of the updated version with those 2 changes.
I second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Roberts, a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. 14.10, the contract for A&E services for the RFQ for South Fork High School. Any questions? Do I have a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Anderson, a second by Mrs. Steffenthaler. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Second, the contract for construction manager at risk for pre-construction services.
I move,
Go ahead. Ms. Steffenthaler, was that a motion?
Yes, it was, I'm sorry, I thought somebody else did it. I move approval for 14.11.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Steffenthaler, a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 14.12, resolution condemning racism and affirming the district's commitment to an inclusion school environment for all. Ms. Roberts, did you want to address this?
So this is Mrs. Roberts. So that came from FSBA, and I'm just presenting it to the board. I didn't know if they wanted to act on that.
I move approval.
Yeah, I do think we should act on that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam
And-
Chair,
Second by Mrs. Steffenthaler for discussion.
just want the clarification that it's being adopted to put in Martin County, where currently it's just generic.
Yeah.
So all the districts would say Martin, yes.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. 14.13, the superintendent's recommended revised calendar for 2021. Dr. Miller?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Tracy Miller. I'm happy to present on behalf of the superintendent a recommendation this evening for an adjustment to the start date and subsequent changes to the school calendar for the 2020-2021 school year for the Martin County School District. That is before you this evening in response not only to the need for us to allow our teachers and staff to receive professional development and an opportunity to continue to work in the remote learning environment and to be able to present their lessons appropriately, be able to work with their professional learning communities, and receive the necessary training so that they can feel confident and comfortable to deliver instruction in the environment that's proposed in the plan. We are requesting to have additional time at the start of the school year for teachers, and the delay would be 1 week for the teachers from the initial start date and 2 weeks for the students, which would allow that extra week of professional development for the instructional staff. This will also give us an opportunity to continue to monitor the numbers that you've been seeing and hearing from the pandemic response team, and the superintendent is recommending this evening that we make this adjustment. We would be losing 10 instructional days in the first semester, so in order to not have an instructional impact to our students to that great degree, we are recommending that 3 instructional days be put back into the calendar, the days Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving break, with an early dismissal day on the Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving, and then 2 additional instructional days in December, the Monday and Tuesday prior to winter break, with the Tuesday being an early dismissal day as well.
Any questions? Ms. Roberts?
Thank you very much for working on this, and I do think that this answers a question that teachers are having, that they need additional time to prepare. I do know that St. Lucie County is starting on the 24th, and their teachers are coming in on the 10th. I believe Indian River is starting on the 24th, and their teachers are coming in on the 3rd. And I believe Okeechobee is taking this up on Thursday. My concern is that after receiving a letter from Mrs. Rezaniti on behalf of the MCEA, that they're not taking a stand one way or the other. So my question is to Mr. George, so if we approve a calendar that adds school days, substitutes school days that would happen in August, and substitutes those for days that would be in November and December, if we have a teachers' union that does not agree to that, do we have any ability to do that or not?
Then you are looking at impact bargaining.
Okay, so then my question is, so is there a way, or would the superintendent be willing to say, since we know that right now, the teachers are scheduled to come in on the 3rd, correct? They're scheduled to come in on the 3rd, and school was supposed to start on the 11th. But if we said they come in on the 3rd and school starts on the 18th, we haven't changed what their work days are, correct?
You haven't changed their work days, but you have changed their work conditions during those days.
What do you mean?
You're shifting the,
Is Mr. George answering that question? I can't hear him.
so Mrs. Roberts, is the number of professional days, professional development days, and non-teaching days, does it stay the same in both calendars? It's probably for Dr. Miller.
No. So what would happen is, if the teachers started, so for instance, if we did an opening, if somebody holds firm and says, we don't want to add those days in November and December, and because we don't want to add those days in November and December, we can keep the calendar pretty much the same and just eliminate 5 instructional days for students and substitute those. So you're a teacher, you come in, but instead of having Tony here as your student, we're doing practice for whatever you need to learn how to do to be able to do this remote learning piece. So I would still be considering that you're scheduled to come in to work, and your hours would be the same as what they would be if Tony was your student sitting in front of you. So what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to say that, okay, if we can have an agreement by a certain day, so let's say we have an agreement by the 30th of July to use this calendar, we can do that. But without that, then is there a way we can say, all right, we'll stay with exactly what we have, but we're going to tell students to don't show up till the 18th? That's what I'm asking.
I understand your question. If you give me a few minutes, I can answer it.
Thank you.
Can we recess just like 2 minutes?
Yeah, can we just,
Great.
we're going to take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
Okay, so Ms. Gaylord.
All right, so if we delay the start time for students, and that's what we're really looking at, is to give us more time. And, you know, it was interesting, I talked to Representative Overdorf during the break, and looking at the trend line of Indiantown and how they were able to lower their spread with their mask ordinance, I'm hoping that we see the same thing in Martin County. It gives us more time, and then, but if the students were to come back the 25th, and what we did for students was, rather than making it, you know, the 24th, everybody's going to the 24th, and I did have some numbers for you all, is that at this current time, 17 districts are moving their start time. 4 more are considering. 9 are no change, and those are the little districts that are in the Panhandle where they did not have as much spread. 2 districts are doing the at home, you know, the virtual option at home, and that's Broward and Palm Beach. And then, so we're right now at this point where we would be joining the other 17 districts if we move that start date. So there are other districts that are in the process of considering this as well. That's all the information I have at this current time. But if we were to move the start date for students back to the 25th, and the teachers were supposed to come the 3rd, the students were supposed to start the 11th, but now that we kicked the students 2 weeks, if we kick the teacher's start date, and we understand that this will be an impact, but to keep with their number of days that they're responsible for, there's 2 weeks in there that they wouldn't be working, that they're supposed to be, so they would not get paid. I mean, you know, we're not going to pay them for 3 weeks. That, I mean, there's 2 weeks that they would not be getting, they're not working. So if they came back, though, so we had this worked out before, but this is definitely an impact.
I can't hear if you're talking, someone.
So Tracy, help me out as far as, because we were trying to give them that extra time for planning, but it sounds like they're not interested maybe in that extra time.
So this is Mrs. Roberts, and I think, based on the discussions I've had with you, Dr. Miller, without changing really what days teachers would be coming to work, we could push a student arrival to the 18th without having to violate the 196 days. The problem is, if we push student arrival to the 18th, it means that the days between 11 and 17 are listed in the contract as teacher instructional days, and we would not be using those teacher instructional days for teacher instruction. So on one hand, you hear that teachers need additional time to get comfortable. We want them to be comfortable with the platform, with this method of delivery, et cetera. But at the same time, I guess my concern is, if we approve the calendar that you present to us, where we start on the 25th, by starting on the 25th, if the teachers don't come back on the 10th, et cetera, we have a payroll problem. And I really don't want to go down that road where I'm now saying, because you didn't work, you don't get paid. I really don't want to be doing that. But at the same time, I don't want to be in a position where, hey, we've picked days in the calendar, you know, here's the days, the makeup days. We're not asking to make up 10 days, we're asking to make up 5 days. And if we start getting into a, you know, because I'm rather adamant that those makeup days need to be before the end of the calendar year. As far as meshing our calendar for dual enrollment, as far as AP exams, I really don't want to get in a position where we're adding days at the end of the calendar in June, and then you have an AP exam to take, as well as all your fellow students, your cohorts around the country, but you're now having instruction that's scheduled after your after those dates. So I think by being sure that those instructional days that you need to make up are on the front end and are happening before the winter break, you ameliorate or you solve that kind of issue. But I don't want to get in a position where, we have to go to impasse bargaining, and then that all takes all this time because we can't come to an agreement to how to get these dates. So I guess, knowing that, personally, I don't think we can start school we can't announce to the community, from my perspective, that we will start school on the 25th without that issue being solved. I think we could say that we would announce it, that they would start at the 18th, and we'll figure out how we're going to deal with those days. I would rather start it at the 25th. I would rather, if you know that somebody can get an agreement by, let's say, within the next week, to start on a certain day, to use these as makeup days. That's really what the problem is. To use these as makeup days, and this is your day that you're first starting to work. If you can come to that agreement, then I think the 25th is fine. If that's not true, if you can't get that agreement done within the next week, then I think it's whatever this calendar is. If that means we then tell parents that from the 11th to the 17th, you don't come to school, you start on the 18th, and we'll figure that piece out. We've tried to help the teachers by giving them extra planning time. We've tried to give them extra week. We've helped the parents out by saying, if you wanted to wait and see what things we're doing, we've given you an extra week so that you can feel better about what's going on in the schools. And then that's all we've done. We don't need, if we start on the 18th, we don't need the makeup days. So what is the board?
Okay, so I really think that I understand that there's some problems with the way the money would be paid, but I think that we can't say the 18th. I think we need to be pushing the date back, not kind of moving it back now forward, because this is all about COVID. It's all about whether or not there are going to be cases. And right now, we need as much time as possible to ensure that our numbers go down. I know some districts are paying their teachers, even though they haven't worked, they're paying them to make it work out. So I
Mrs.
think
Deffenthaler, so
maybe
even
the district needs to meet with the teachers union and figure this out. But I really do feel that we have to compromise somehow. We're all in this together. That we should be doing this as a team. And I think it could be worked out if everyone is working on it together. We don't need to be punitive. We don't need to, think that people aren't going to do what they're supposed to do. No, we're in unprecedented times. We just want to work as a team, and we want to get the best outcome as possible for not only our students, but for our teachers also. Everybody's under a lot of stress right now. What can we do to make this work, not make it more complicated? That's my opinion.
Ms. Roberts?
Did you want to say something first?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So there's
You have to talk
two
very
issu-
loudly.
There are two issues that are involved. First, the change of the calendar in response to COVID-19 is a right of management. So it is not collective bargaining, it's impact bargaining, meaning there does not have to be an agreement reached before the board was to implement a plan in response to the pandemic. On impact bargaining, I hear the discussion about the change of days, the change of professional development, but there's another issue which requires impact bargaining, which is for those classrooms where families are signing up for virtual, and those classrooms are going to be streamed to those households. That is a change in circumstances in the work conditions in the classroom. So that would also be an item requiring impact bargaining. It doesn't affect you making the best decision you believe for how school starts, but it does require impact bargaining.
So does the changing of days, does the shifting of days for students and adding days to the calendar in November and December, is that also impact bargaining then?
I would advise you on the side of caution to treat it as impact bargaining.
I can't hear Tony.
I would advise on the side of caution, if there's not been any discussions with the union, then it should probably be looked at as something the union would cite as impact bargaining.
You're still breaking up. I'm sorry, Tony.
Superintendent Gaylord, you'd better not get sick, or my wife will be talking to me about me taking off my mask at this meeting.
I'm not going to breathe on you, Tony. I'm not sick, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I got
Mrs. Steffenthaler?
Yeah, I'm not talking.
But I'm trying to tell the board, I strongly believe that the issue of the virtual live streaming is a change of work conditions in the classroom. It's a right of management within the COVID-19 crisis to make that change because it needs to be made in a timeline that doesn't allow for a collective bargaining process. That would be impact bargaining. The next issue, which is change of the days before the students return and how that time is being allocated to the teachers. Since I am at a board meeting where you're looking to take action, and I believe there's going to be impact bargaining unless the union was to decide otherwise on the issue of live streaming, my advice would be that you should consider that an issue that would be raised in impact bargaining also. And otherwise, I would need time to look into it, or Mr. Rodowitz would.
Can I say something?
Of course you
I
can.
don't know how much sense it's
Of
gonna
course
make.
you can.
I'm
Say it
gonna try.
loudly.
All right, let me try. Okay, so either way, it's gonna cause a hardship here, one way or the other, about the pay and this and that. And unless it's just totally impossible, one way we could probably get around this, and again, I don't think there's a whole lot to be lost, is to go ahead and start school when we said we were going to start it. Let's start where we left off, okay? And then you solve a whole lot of other problems there. It's not going to kill us for 2 weeks to go virtual. We end it that way. And again, given the situation that we're into, I don't see what there is to be lost. And at any time, after we've gotten going, we can definitely go back, everybody go back, or God forbid, and I hope it doesn't happen, we may have to be shut down anyway. So I don't know. Listen, I know that the priority, or I should say the goal, is to have kids in school. But the priority has always been safety. I can remember as far back as in elementary school, safety was always pushed then. It's definitely pushed now during these perilous times in which we're living. As early as, I think it was third grade, I believe, I could remember my dad was president of PTA. He had this bumper sticker that was on his car and was given out to all the educators. And here's what it said. Back then they called it the PTA, Parent Teachers Association. They call it something else now, but it's the same thing. It said, as in baseball, so it is in life. Be sure to get home safe. What they were saying is that out of all the importance of education, if you don't get home safe, back and forth to school, nothing really matters. And it was instilled in us as kids to make good choices, to stay safe. You fast forward to today, and safety has definitely taken precedence over everything. During my classroom time as a teacher here in Martin County, and most of those years were at AMS, and I can only draw from that, but I know they did it everywhere. I was always moved by the administrators on how on top they were about being safe, making sure the kids were safe. If you wanted to get on the bad side of the principal or the assistant principal, you let some kind unseemly horseplay or something going on and you're there and you're supposed to be on duty, you got to keep these kids safe because at the end of the day, even if it's their fault, we're still going to be liable. So safety was always a priority. They understood that learning in the classroom was always the main objective. But again, safety was the goal. I remember that during the course of the year, I would be engaged in a very productive classroom activity. And all of a sudden, guess what would happen? The alarm would go off. And I was like, dog it, we were right in the middle of something good. And it took me a while to realize the importance of safety. What were they doing? Having a fire drill, or having a drill that says there's a tornado, which we had to move away from the windows and go away. It was a part of being safe. I mean, I thought that sometimes was the craziest thing in the world because we've got learning going on, okay? I remember a few times, 2 or 3 minutes before dismissal, I could hear Flanagan coming on that intercom with that baritone voice. He's gone now, God bless him. The kids will probably still hear that voice. I know I do. All teachers, you have to hold these kids. Although it's 2 minutes to getting out dismissal, there's a tornado in the area. Everybody stayed put, and those kids would sit there and listen as if it was back in the Greek days where the voice of Apollo was speaking from the oracle at Delphi. They listened to him because they understood the importance, all in the name of safety. I remember one day when, out of the blue, somebody was working down, a construction company working down a little ways from the school. They hit a gas line, and nobody was prepared for this. But it tells you how safety was paramount. And principal, it was Tim Aiken at the time. He came over the intercom. It was about 9:15. I'd never experienced this before. And he was very calm, but you could tell the importance of what he was saying because he didn't want the kids to get upset. He says, there's been a little accident down the street, and because of that, we're going to have to evacuate these kids. Okay? And he told us we would be dismissed. Wasn't even planned. Man, they pulled that thing off. They took us all the way over to Martin County High School. I got over there, and I was never so impressed in all my life. I saw the superintendent. I saw the assistant superintendent. I saw people there I'd never seen before. They gave us lunch. Why? All in the name of safety. So that was always important. Was education and getting our lessons there? Yes, but safety even when you take a class from the Red Cross, they would tell you when there's a disaster, I don't care what's going on with the patient, you want to save their life. But if you got to drag them to safety before you start to administer it, you can get them, because if you don't get them to safety, nothing else really going to matter. Okay? So, and I'll end with this. I got the most hell of a call the other night. From concerning, if you notice, the Bahama Islands, the closest one is 55 miles away from us. That's the one of the closest, but there's a chain of them right on down Turks and Caicos Island. I know that so well. My father was Bahamian, and I got family and friends there. I got a call telling me, and they're going to close it off tomorrow at 12 midnight to Americans. They told the Canadians they were welcome. They told the United Kingdom they were welcome, and a lot of the other European nations, you're welcome, okay? But as a property owner of commercial and residential property, I got a call telling me that they don't want me over there unless I come, because I'm an American, unless I come in either a private plane or a private boat. Well, I don't have neither one, so I'm going to have to appeal to one of y'all if I need to go over there to get a lift. But my point is, do you see the importance that's being, I'm frankly embarrassed. Because it's almost like, well, you guys are not doing the right thing over there. Now, the Bahamas, that had to be a hard decision because there are only about 400,000 Bahamians in that chain of island there. The majority of their income is from tourism. And if they're shutting that down, they see the importance of nipping this thing in the bud. Because if it's spread, and by the way, guess what? I think they only have 163 cases. But they saw a big spike in the last 2 months. And they're saying, you know what? We've got to do this now. Put a lid on it. It's better now than later. So I'm simply saying We can put the date back if we want to and still have the same plan that you're going to give them either or, but there is no guarantee. And then all you're going to have is a bunch of frustrated parents again if it doesn't go. We don't have the crystal ball, y'all. We don't. But what we do know is what we can do. We can do what we ended up with and just kind of like, skip on into that. I said, and I know we got to follow the rules, but I've already said, in all due respect, is there not some, let's exhaust all our possibilities to keep this thing right. Is there not some way we can get a letter off to the governor and to the people up there in all due respect and tell them, ask them, respectfully ask them, would you please take another look at our numbers here in Martin County? And what is there to be lost? They might just say, okay. They might not, but I think it's worth a try. And then that way, going back, we don't have to worry about rearranging payroll. We don't have to worry about trying to rearrange. And these poor people have worked. They've been doing all kind of different scenarios. Some of them are probably, Lord have mercy, I feel so sorry for you. But, I mean, you're doing your job. But it's time to kind of see where we are, see where we've been. It's called the best course of action. It's not really the very best, but out of the choices, I would think that might be it. And with that, now, I'm going to pretty much be done with this because I just don't know what else. And I do want to say to the teachers, I'm going to leave you with this. All right, there was once, again, and I do want you to know, by coming out here in numbers, you don't scare me. I'm on your side. Don't ever think that you're coming out here to intimidate me. I'm doing this because I think it's the right thing to do. Because you may come back next month and then you want to hang me. Because I may not go in your favor. So just know, I am not siding with you because I'm a former teacher. I'm doing it because I think it's the right thing to do. And I just happen to be a teacher. And I think that helps you out because I've been there, done that. As I said, I think you guys, poor thing, you become a victim of your own good. You've done so much. There was a poem that was written a long time ago, and I don't know if you heard it or not. I'm an old man. But this is for you, teachers. It says that you were willing, being led by the unknown. Well, you've been helping people help themselves. You have done so much with so little for so long until you are now qualified to do almost anything with almost nothing. And that's how I feel about your teachers. You're the best. And I even put the administrators in that after this. You guys are good too. And I thank you for your services. Okay?
I just want to say along with that, I agree with Tony. I agree with Mr. Anderson. I do think if we would just go ahead and look at doing virtual from the beginning, and maybe that's going to solve our problem with the teacher contracts. But we do need to push the dates back so that they can take the time to provide a robust education virtually. And maybe and that'll give us some time to see what our numbers are. And maybe we need to think outside the box like some districts are doing. And maybe we need to stagger students coming in. Take those students who really need to be there, the ESE students, some of the ELL students, students who, who we really feel have had a more difficult time in terms of the hot spots that, we've tried to set up for them, or that they've not been able to access school like we would like. But I do have to agree with Mr. Anderson. I do think starting virtually could be a better way to go, and maybe that also helps to solve the problem in terms of the teacher contract, because I don't want that to make it more complicated.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Separate from the issue of how this board decides they want students to resume education, the default is the traditional classroom environment. Just like tonight, you approved item 8.01, which was the end result of the impact bargaining of last year, going virtual. Whether you go to a part in school, part virtual, or you go to an entire virtual, I just want to make sure you understand that that is a change of circumstances, and it would then trigger impact bargaining. You all approved tonight where it ended from last year with the memorandum of understanding. But both paths are a change of the work conditions for the teachers.
Ms. Roberts? Ms. Roberts?
Thank you. This is Mrs. Roberts. So I agree that safety is important, and I do think the date should be pushed back, and I'm happy with the date being the 25th. But that being said, and I'm trying to see if I understand you correctly, if you're saying we start remotely, are you saying that we keep the existing calendar that we have, where the teachers come in on the 3rd, and for the first 2 weeks, from the 11th to the 24th, that's 2 weeks, Thursday through Friday, then Monday through Friday, and then adding a Monday. So for those 10 days, we would say you can use your device
That's exactly what
as
I'm
a
saying.
student. That's what you're saying.
That's exactly what.
So then we're still meeting the requirements to file a reopening plan, correct, Dr. Miller? We're not monkeying with the calendar the way it exists, correct?
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I would, if I were, and I'm not a teacher, if I were a teacher, instead of having 6 days to learn how to do this, I would prefer to have 11 days to learn how to do this. But if they can do it in 6, I mean, if they can't agree to that and they have to do it in 6 days, I guess then we do it in 6 days.
I'm trying to figure out what it is they need to learn to do. Maybe I'm missing something here. What do they need to learn to do? I mean, they've been preparing anyway, and I think the worst case scenario, what they're really worried about now is going back in person. So it's going to be learning as we go. And keep in mind, the most ideal situation is to go back to normal. Right now, that's just not where we are. But I'm trying to be clear on, because maybe what it is they need to do.
So this is Mrs. Roberts again. So what they have to do when they come back, this model for remote learning, and this is not virtual learning, this is remote learning. The model for remote learning is not what they did in the spring. It's completely different than what they did in the spring. So I know there's been a lot of apprehension among teachers of what does this live streaming mean? How do I interact with my students? How do I do those pieces? And that's the discussions I've had with Dr. Miller, that perhaps there's some benefit to allow teachers a longer period of time to get comfortable, to understand how that looks and what that feels like. So, but I defer to the teacher in the group, and I'm good with starting on the 25th and saying the teachers come on the 3rd.
And they would do the live stream virtual until the 25th?
They would do the live stream virtual from the 11th to the 24th. They would do 4 days the first week, 5 days the next week, 1 day the third week, and then they would start, then the buses, et cetera, everything else would start up on the 25th. So it would be, I would guess that from the 11th to the 24th is what you would expect it to look like if we were in the red zone, where nobody was, where every student was still at home, or if every student in the yellow zone chose the remote learning option. So then we would be keeping the calendar the same. I would, quite frankly, if there can be an agreement done by next Tuesday that says they're okay with this calendar, I would be okay with this calendar starting for students on the 25th, not having the 2 weeks of remote, starting on the 25th and giving the teachers 11 days to prepare. But if they can't, if this can't be agreed to by the 28th, or next week, the 28th, then I agree with Mr. Anderson that we should do that. But I don't know, what do you think of that, Tony?
I agree with that. I think the main thing, again, we're just trying to buy some time, too, you know?
So how does that sound to you, Victoria? This is Mrs. Roberts.
That sounds okay to me, but I really would like them to talk to the teachers. I really think that, you know, if anything's going to work, I think we need to be collaborating and seeing what their input is also, because they're the ones that actually have to put this in place. I'm not saying anybody, either side needs to dictate. What I'm saying is let's talk to the teachers. I don't even know if this plan was shown to I didn't see this plan until tonight, and I didn't see it ahead of time. I don't know that the teachers saw it ahead of time. I think I think people need a little bit of time to absorb what's being said tonight. So I just think that we need more time to think about it. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I do think it's worth asking the people who really had to turn around on a dime in March and change all the way they were teaching, and they did it for us. They did it for the students. Now we need to also honor them and see what they think is also best. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't come back. I'm not saying when. I'm saying we need to ask for their input.
So
I agree with what you're all saying, but I also want to hear what they say also, because I don't know that they saw this plan before tonight, because I didn't either, and I think you need to have a conversation with them about it.
So I believe, this is Mrs. Roberts again. So I believe Madam Superintendent has had a discussion with Karen Resiniti, is that correct? She's nodding her head yes. So what I would like to, unless there's more discussion.
Is Karen there too? Is Karen there nodding her head yes too?
No, Karen sent a letter today at 3:52. If you'd like me to read it to you, I'd be happy to.
No, it's probably on my computer. I'll look at it.
Okay, all right. So I'd like to maybe see if this works, and I'll ask Tony, I guess, first. If there was a motion that said that if an agreement can be reached with MCEA by the 28th, by our meeting on the 28th, a week from today, by our
28th.
July 28th, to accept this calendar, then we would use this calendar. This calendar meaning that teachers would report for work on the 10th. They would have 11 days before school started. Then the remote learning plan, all of our other plans, the reopening plan would start actually on the 25th. It also means that there would be days, the days that we would make up would be in November and December, just like it is on this calendar. If an agreement is not reached by July 28th, that we would then proceed the way we have with the already adopted calendar, and the difference would be that from the 11th to the 24th, students would be participating remotely, with the actual school opening under the yellow two-choice piece being the 25th. Does that?
So when you said that on the students would report on the 25th, but that would, according to this calendar that we have, the students would be live and also have their remote choice, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure, because I heard you say
Correct.
remotely, and I didn't want to.
Wait, no, all students would be remote from the 11th through the
Yes, the
24th.
11th through the 24th.
And then starting on the 25th, which then meets the requirements of the emergency order, correct? That allows a parent to choose what their child does sometime in August. So it's giving them that same date, which is the same type of thing. I mean, I looked to St. Lucie County, I looked to Indian River. They're saying the 24th is the day that their students choose which method of instruction they want. And their teachers are starting either the 10th or the 3rd. St. Lucie and Indian River. Does that work as a motion?
Mrs.
Lee,
Roberts?
can you mention one more time for me when the teachers would start?
This is Mrs. Roberts again.
Right, yeah, just tell me when the teachers would start. I just want to make sure I have that right.
So my motion would be, if an agreement is reached by July 28th, which is next week's meeting, then the teachers would start on August 10th, which would be a week later than they are scheduled to start.
Okay.
And it would also mean that all the adjustments that you see in this calendar, the 5 makeup days, the ones that were happening in November and December, if an agreement was not reached by July 28th, the teachers would start, just like on the calendar that we had approved before, on August 3rd, But students would be purely remote from the 11th to the 24th. Then starting on the 25th, it would be like the reopening plan, where they could choose a hybrid model, or they could choose anything off of the hybrid model, or yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. I got it. Thank you.
So how will that impact, so this is Marcia. How would that impact employees that are returning tomorrow? Like guidance counselors, aren't they returning tomorrow?
We have, Ginger Featherstone, we do have employees who report back to work tomorrow, and based on the calendar decision, the principals had planned to either have them
I
work.
can't hear Ginger. I'm sorry.
So we do have employees who, based on their instructional calendar, if they're a 206-day employee, they might start tomorrow. So currently what we had is they could still work because they already had plans for them and flex the day within their calendar like we do any other time that we have them when we need them. So that's not a problem as far as people who are scheduled to work for tomorrow. But also they were going to reach out to their employees based on whatever the outcome was.
Okay, thank you.
So these plans won't have any impact on their payroll, correct?
So either way, it wouldn't have any impact on their payroll, correct?
Okay.
Correct.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
to answer Mrs. Roberts' question, yes, that motion is a valid approach. The union will have some decisions fairly quickly to make. Most likely, there will be impact bargaining. But can you make the conditional decision and have a chance in a very small time frame to see if the union and district can be in agreement? Yes.
Okay, I have a question.
You better talk loud.
Okay, oh yeah. So my question is, we start remote for those 2 weeks, then we go to the in-person on August 25th.
Then we go to an option of parents, either in person or remotely, yes.
Right, okay, so we'll call that traditional and remote student learning, as we have anticipated that that's how we would start. So right now, I want to make sure that teachers understand that, so that they don't think, because I know as I had my conversation with Ms. Rezaniti today, is they do not want to return. They don't feel it's safe to return, and so they want the remote option. So I think that the extended remote option would be something, if we get to the point where we're coming back and it's August 25th, we've made this agreement that the expectation is that they would be having their students return.
Ms. Taylor, you're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Students will return on August 25th of those parents that have chosen that option.
So the expectation is that the teachers would be having face-to-face students starting on the 25th for anyone who anyone who picked the in-school option, the traditional piece. But I think what it does is, back to Mr. Anderson, it pushes the date that you're actually face-to-face, the potential of being face-to-face with a child or with 30% less children, to the 25th. It says we are not changing the calendar, we're not changing anything else. We've already adopted the calendar, this is what we're going to do. So the expectation is, since this is the calendar that everybody's agreed on, this is the calendar that's moving forward that the board has selected. The only thing we're doing is we're changing the instructional delivery from the 11th to the 24th to a purely remote option. Right?
Madam,
Can I ask you one question, Mrs. Roberts? Did you say that teachers would start on the 10th? I mean, this is in one of the plans you talked about, on the 10th with virtual starting on the 11th, or is that wrong?
No, so if they were able by the 28th of July to agree to this calendar has teachers becoming prepared for school from the 10th to the 24th, and then starting instructional delivery on the 25th.
Okay.
If there is no agreement by the 28th, it means that teachers would start, just like it's published on the original calendar, from the 3rd to the 10th of getting ready for school. From the 11th to 24th, it would be remote learning only. And starting on the 25th would be like what we've seen in the reopening plan before, with the social distancing, with the assigned bus seats, with the lunch service the way it's supposed to be, with the all those pieces, and a parent being able to choose which way they wanted to go.
Okay, I thought I understood it, but I had a question from somebody, so thank you for clarifying.
Madam Chair? Yes. This is Tracy Miller. Just a point of clarification. So once the teachers, if the calendar does not change, if it remains as is, once teachers return on the 3rd, they'll have professional development and work days as planned. The student start date for remote would be the 11th. Teachers would be in their classrooms teaching remotely. So once they've returned to the school building on the 3rd, they would remain in the school building. Students would be remote.
Correct.
From the 11th until the 24th, and then those who didn't fill out the survey, in other words, they're wanting to come to brick and mortar, they would return on the 25th, and those who chose to choose the remote option would continue remotely on the 25th.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Featherstone, did you have something?
I just want to mention that period of time based on the current calendar, that you would be selecting, that they're doing virtual from the 11th to the 24th until the 25th becomes the option of choosing brick and mortar versus remote based on parents. There is an extended day during that period of time.
There is or is not?
There is not planned during remote learning to do extended day.
No, and that would be true, that if the students are not returning until the 25th, so if an agreement is not made by the 28th of July, students don't have the ability to return to campus till the 25th, it means they would not have any extended day until students are returning to campus.
But our
Correct.
teachers would be in the classroom with no extended day either. So they rely on that for
Yes, ma'am.
childcare
That's why I
after
wanted
school.
to share that might be an important data indicator.
Do you think we need another special meeting to iron this out?
No, I don't think that works, because I think we need to decide what the options are, because if we push this to next week and decide next week, but there's no agreement with MCEA, where are we then?
And Madam Chair, if I could interject, we do have our plan, a return to school plan that's due to the Department of Education
the end
by
of the month.
July 31st. So we are tied to that July 31st deadline.
So I had a question for, I guess it could be for you, Ginger. So for the school startup, for those pre-days, were there going to be sites for extended day for teachers, as there have been in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think that would answer that question, Marcia. Since we've had that in the past, if we're doing that again, that if you knew that it was remote learning, well, I don't even know how they would do that, because those same kids have to be remotely learning, right?
Yes, ma'am. So the students that we're talking about that would be going to extended day would be going to school. They'll need to be going to school from home, and we won't have extended day from the 11th through the 24th. We would provide care during the 3rd through the 7th. Or is the 10th a workday as well? So if I'm reading that correctly, the 3rd through the 10th, there would be care, that's, we open up for teachers.
So Ginger, is there a way, this is Mrs. Roberts. So Ginger, is there a way that, the same way that you would open up for a teacher, say on the 5th, for all day on the 5th, at extended day? So let's say there's an extended day program at, pick a school, Bessie Creek, and that's where, if I'm a teacher, I would send my child for the 5th while I'm doing my getting ready for school. Is there the possibility of using that same extended day, the same way we would do on the 5th, but during the school day portion of it, they have to have their device and log in as a remote learner? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I without a doubt understand what you're saying. I'm not certain that that would be feasible, having the children, so not knowing who's bringing their child, one, I would need to look into that. But I'm asking, I don't have high school counselors, so I'd have to be able to function with just the manager and the assistant manager, because counselors are mostly high school students. So those employees would be the only ones that could basically be the substitute teacher trying to teach the children on the laptop during their instruction.
Well, if they're going to be in school, then why wouldn't they be in the classroom learning?
They're not in school. If they're doing remote learning from the 11th to the 24th. But I'm Tony's mother. But I'm Tony's mother. I got to go, I'm a teacher. So I've got to go to school from the 11th to the 24th and teach remotely. But Tony's supposed to be logged on his device, learning remotely. But he can't be at a school. Unless we're offering an extended day program for teachers, children, and then in offering that extended day for teachers' children, the same way that we offer it during the spin-up, right, as they're getting ready for their classrooms, but we're now saying that he has to be learning remotely while that's happening.
Right. So what about the other employees that come to work that have children that aren't teachers?
Well, it's the same, I mean, it's any Martin County School
Oh,
District
okay.
employee. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, it's the same question, right? So what is a Martin County, I guess the question is, what does a Martin County School District employee do if their child needs to be either in extended day or doing remote learning?
What does any employee do? I mean, any employee of any child do when our extended day managers are now going to oversee remote learning? Is that what we're saying? All day? Yeah, thank you.
I don't see how it's going to work.
And again, I go back to, we won't have counselors because our counselors will be high schoolers.
And they don't come until after
That will be
noon.
taking, correct, they'll be taking their own remote learning. And at that point, so they would come from 2 to 6 to work. So that's my concern.
What if those teachers were allowed to work from home because they don't have childcare for that time being?
Then how are they doing the remote learning with the streaming if they're at home? And how are they supervised, how are they doing, I'll ask Tony, how are you doing your job teaching, live streaming your teaching, and also supervising the instruction of your kids? You can't. So I think then the reality is, I'll still stick with my motion, the reality is, if we end up doing this, if we end up sticking to the original calendar with teachers coming in on the 3rd, it means that there is no extended day from the 11th to the 24th. Want me to make that motion?
I just think that this is,
So that's my motion. Does everybody understand it? This is Mrs. Roberts. Does everybody understand it?
I think in an effort to find this solution, that we're putting a burden on more people by doing this, including teachers who are now going to have to return to the classroom to do remote learning while their own children are at home doing remote learning. And
Weren't they doing that in the spring, though? They were doing they were teaching remote learning, and they were teaching their own children. That's why I'm saying, why couldn't they
no, they
stay
weren't
at home and do it? That's what they were doing before.
They were not doing remote learning. They were doing a fully virtual
learning.
where they weren't being.
Well, why do they need to do remote learning? They could do virtual learning the way they were doing it before, and then educate their children, and then do what they need to do with their children at home. Because that's very complicated, and it's not making it any easier.
And I don't really, virtual and remote are two different things, so we have to differentiate that. Virtual is what we were doing. Remote is what we are going to do with live streaming. And that's the.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is right now, why don't we just stick with the virtual until we get kids back in school and then start with the live streaming?
Because we already approved that we were doing in person and remote. We didn't approve that virtual because we really don't have the capability to do a robust virtual option, and that's why St. Lucie County brought theirs. Why we went with offering Mosaic.
And we really did not do virtual in the spring. We did a scaled down, we did a remote learning without the instructional minutes component. That's what we did. So we were doing remote learning, but there was no requirement for the amount of time that they were doing remote learning. You have to talk loud.
Hi, this is Dr. Cheryl Jordan. I'd like to make a comment as you guys are making this discussion. And I think when we did the back-to-school plan tonight, that we had some logical steps that put controls that even the teachers and the parents can follow. They know what A, B, and C are. I understand why we may want to change the calendar. I had mixed emotions when I heard about it as a parent, and a working mother. But I also can see why maybe as a teacher you might want a little bit shift. But I think with now having the matrix, we know the standards, what we need to meet. We can do this as safely as possible. And it may change, and it's going to be fluid, but I think we can still shoot for the 11th. It is possible, not all schools open, but we will not know that until we get closer. And even if you shift the calendar, we still don't know if we are going to open. And from a healthcare perspective, we're fearful of this week because of graduation. Because with every event that has happened, including Mother's Day, Father's Day, Memorial Day, 4th of July, there has been a spike. So we are fearful as our local community that we're going to see a spike after graduation. Now, the other thing that as a healthcare community we're concerned about with the back-to-school calendar, Labor Day weekend. So that's why part of me says, let's just get it done. You've got your labor union already done. We've got enough issues going on. Why create more issues? And that's just my personal opinion.
So thank you, Dr. Jordan, and I appreciate that. And the only reason that I would even look at this is mainly by pushing it further out, is finding a way to give teachers additional days to be comfortable with the delivery piece.
If delivery is the only issue, from my interpretation as a community member, delivery has sort of taken a back seat safety was the priority. And I've participated in the pandemic team and the crisis team, and we have made sure, to the best of our ability, with all the members, playing devil's advocate and more, that we are planning, to the best of our ability, again, for all the situations that we can see.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate, I'm kind of leaning back to the 11th myself, just because the complexity of it. But it does concern me that we're not focusing a little bit more on preparation, because, again, we're going to have, in some schools, 70% of our kids coming back, and 30% of them online, and we're not going to have this is new. This is new for teachers.
It is new, but
And I don't want to lose 2 weeks of them, everybody being, them training with kids for 2 weeks. Because if we could offer it, I would love to. It's so complicated, though.
It is really complicated, and I'm going to stick my foot in my mouth. I'm probably going to get shot for this, so please forgive me, Ms. Powers. I hear the child care issue discussion for our teachers and such, and the extended day. Do you realize that if we do worsen, our numbers get worse, that issue is going to be there anytime during the calendar year? So it's that issue is a hardship that we're all going to have to suck up.
I mean, the reality is that in 2 weeks, we could be shut down.
And I want to tell you,
that is the reality of what it's a roll of the dice, and we don't know.
Ms. Powers, I pulled the data right now it's over 6,000 pages, the line by line. Do you know how long it takes my computer to download that? And I go through it and check it for accuracy. Because the state of Florida does not let you actually download it as an Excel file. It comes as a PDF.
Yeah.
So I have to go through it and look for the Martin pages. And I think it was 51 pages, but don't quote me on that for Martin County.
And I want you to know, she has been here the entire day. She's been here all day. The amount of time that she has devoted is unbelievable. Oh, sorry. So, Victoria, I was saying that was Dr. Jordan. She has been here all day working with our team. And the amount of time that she has devoted herself as a parent and also as a member of the medical community here and Cleveland Clinic, she has devoted an inordinate amount of time. I can't thank her enough.
No, and I thank you too.
Are you there?
I feel like we're, this is getting extremely complicated, that I'm kind of leaning towards sticking to the 11th. I agree with you on the childcare issue. It could turn on a dime tomorrow and everyone in this room could need childcare. And there's nothing that we can do about that. I don't know how to fix it. I want to help teachers and I want to make it less of a burden because they do so much already, but we can't do everything. And I just don't know another way to do it without, I think the 28th is too late for people to turn around and then say, we couldn't reach an agreement, so you have to be here on the 3rd. Wait, no, you get another week and you're going to be here on the 10th. And people want to know what we're doing. So we need to decide what we're going to shoot for. And by the 11th, if that has to change, then everybody has to be flexible and we have to change. I think that's the reality that we live in now. It could change by the 11th or it could change in September. I don't know another way to do it. And then I think we've set an expectation for parents, and I know that the teachers aren't happy and they would rather go to remote, but I don't think that that's an option right now. So I think we have to stick with what we had planned.
If Ms. Powers, Dr. Jordan's again, we should have your data before the first day of your teachers. Because if I remember correctly, they're coming on, most of them report on the 3rd?
Optional day, the 31st.
Okay. Theoretically, we have to make our decision as a healthcare community the 27th, because that's the 14-day mark from the 11th. And then, every day after that, because then the 27th and the 28th affects the 12th, the 29th affects the 13th. So do you see how I'm saying?
So one of the things, so with the graduation, I feel pretty confident about the way that we have graduation scheduled as, with our SROs, and it's very orderly. We've made that clear with the mask and everything. The problem is that after the graduation, what the students are planning to do, and that's where the personal responsibility comes in, because I've heard about some parties being planned, and that's when you are gathering in large groups, and that's when they're probably not social distancing, and is everybody wearing a mask? And so that's where you get the spread. It might not be the graduation per se, but it's the after the graduation.
And I'll reiterate that I reviewed your plan. It was excellent for given the situation. But yes, they're going to celebrate. It's the natural act.
So what if the students started on the 17th and the teachers started, we gave teachers 6 days more for training, and they would start when they were going to start? The thing, I guess the thing about that, though, is I was wanting to push this back, and maybe Dr. Jordan is kind of saying this is not necessary, but push it back because we don't know if the math ordinance is going to help in terms of bringing numbers down. That was the whole reason of trying to push the student date back. But are you saying something different, Dr. Jordan?
I don't even understand what you said.
I didn't hear that.
I wasn't, yeah.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I was distracted.
We couldn't hear.
That's okay. I started to say, what about having students start on the 17th and teachers start when they were going to start? That would give them six more days of training. But I was originally wanting to look at the August 24th, 25th for the student start. So my question is, because I thought that would give more time for the math ordinance to be in place, and maybe our numbers would go down. But are you not concerned about that at this point? I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
I would love to believe our numbers are going to go down. I think, Ms. Powers, you made a comment, or maybe it was Ms. Gaylord earlier, about the mask. We did see a slight shift locally in the trajectory of our line in Martin County when we enacted the mandatory of wearing the mask in Martin County. If you needed to, I can bring it back up on the DOH slides. But there's more to it than that. So it's not just us. So it's not necessarily we're doing it wrong. It's other countries are also having wave number 2. We actually are not in wave number 2. We're still in wave 1, to be blunt. And all I can say is don't fight it. Just smile and let's work together to make it the most positive experience. You're talking about childcare. I like to think of it as a community. We come together. I remember when I was in the military, you picked up somebody else's child, you took dinner to somebody else. I think we're going to see a lot more of that still, that you're going to band together as a town, as a community, as a neighbor to get through this. And I think your teachers are going to have to do that and share responsibility.
I agree with you on that. I don't think we should get caught up on the child care piece either.
It's not as much childcare as it was extended day. Those offerings that really created a real stir when that message went out.
I don't think it's necessary.
To our employees, and not just our teachers, but all of our employees who relied on that. So It is a pivot and a change for them, so I just, I think that we have to acknowledge that, but we cannot fix it because it's kind of out of our wheelhouse. That's not what we do. So, what's the pleasure of the board? If we start, like as Ms. Deffenthaler said, if we start on the 8th.
So we can start on the 18th, but what that means is, if we started students on the 18th, but what we really have to do is to stick to this without an agreement and without walking into bargaining issues again, it means that what we would have to do is from the 11th to the 17th, we would have to do the remote learning piece.
And the switch is.
So that's.
I mean, I've been getting text messages, and the switch is that thinks that it's unreasonable to make the switch back and forth like that. So you have some kids that are not going to be remote in 9 days. So you're kind of probably holding back a little bit. I think that's for 9 days to make that. My inclination is that we stick to the 11th. If the data comes back and Dr. Jordan comes to us and says, no, this is not something, then we talk to the union and say, here's what the data is telling us and our task force is saying, and then we come back and we deal with it. And we have to have an open dialogue with the union to know that we have to make quick decisions, that we can't bargain like we typically do for long periods of time. These are quick decisions that we have to make for the good of teachers and students and parents. So if we can, hopefully, I think we have a good relationship with them, so hopefully we can get some quick decisions. But I think for now, we have to stick to the 11th. That's my opinion. And then, so, Dr. Featherstone, did you want to talk about athletics as well?
I just wanted to give the board an update. Florida High School Athletic Association met last night and decided to continue on with July 27th. However, that is not the recommendation of our 3 school sites as well as the Treasure Lake Conference. I just wanted to give you this really quick. We're suggesting that we don't start as an official start date for the fall season until August 10th. We're currently in Phase 1. That would allow us to finish through Phase 1 through the 24th. Moving into Phase 2, which we'd already approved this summer, July 27th for the fall sports only. August 3rd would bring into the weight room. August 7th, equipment. August 10th would be their first official practice date. So volleyball would be in the gym, cross-country golf, nothing changes because they're practicing regular. Football would start with helmets. August 17th, we move to pads, and then the 24th begins any competition. Our goal is to maintain competitions with Treasure Lake, stay as locally as possible. We do have one of the schools that competes with Palm Beach and Broward, not certain what their athletic programs will look like, so we're going to plan accordingly, keeping a couple dates open, but trying to work with Okeechobee, St. Lucie County, and Indian River. And all 3 of those counties are on board with us. Our athletic assistant principals all met with them today. So I just wanted to give you an update that we're recommending a push out and not doing the 27th.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions about that? Maybe we can, we all agree.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out why this is so complicated when Indian River and St. Lucie came out and said they were going to start on the 24th. Why is it more complicated for us?
Well, mostly because our union already sent a letter saying that they do not agree with this. That's why.
Okay.
Well, they said they're making no comment. Isn't that what, I didn't
read the whole thing. I just.
But maybe we need to go back and talk about what Lee Roberts had brought up just a few minutes ago.
So this is Mrs. Roberts again. So at this point, after listening to Dr. Jordan and thinking about this some more, I think that the only way I could see us pushing it to the 25th and opening to the 25th is if we have is if somebody agrees to this calendar by next Tuesday. And if they agree to the calendar by next Tuesday, then I think we could do that. Otherwise, I think that what we should be doing is just sticking to what we have. Thank you, Dr. Jordan.
Okay, so can we look at doing that then for now?
So, yeah, so I'll make a motion that, that this calendar, to approve this agenda item, 14.13, contingent on agreement with MCEA by noon on Tuesday, July 28th. And with no agreement, leave the calendar exactly the way it is.
That's the motion.
I would second that.
Tuesday at noon.
So we're saying that, you're saying that we are going to change the calendar with those 5 days, make up before, and we're not doing the virtual piece.
We wouldn't be doing the virtual.
None of that back and forth.
Forget about all that discussion we had before. That if this calendar is agreed to by noon next Tuesday, we will use this calendar. If it's not agreed to, we'll stick to the one that we have.
Dr. Miller, did you have something? You look like you were coming to say something.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just moving the calendars for the public so that they
okay.
could see the calendars she was referring to for the two options.
So what that would mean to somebody sitting at home, this is Mrs. Roberts again, what that would mean to somebody sitting at home is that by next Tuesday, you will know whether school is starting on the 11th or on the 25th. But when school starts on either the 11th or the 25th, it means you would have two options of how to do school. You would either have traditional school, which is coming in, or you would have remote learning, which you need to register for, and you would be learning from home, and it would be live streamed. And my motion has a second. Did you second the motion? Yes.
So I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Any dissenting? I don't like playing around with this so close to the opening of schools. I think it's really tough for teachers and parents and everyone else to plan. Everybody was planning on the 11th, so I'm going to vote no, but if the union will support it, I obviously am going to support it, but I just don't like this last minute back and forth. But, if the union supports that and they can come to an agreement by next Tuesday at noon, I will support that. So, there we go.
So then you're.
And I agree with that, Mrs.
So then you're
Howard.
voting for the motion.
Well, no, I'm voting
Against the motion, but.
I don't think we should even be having the
okay.
discussion at this point.
Okay.
I mean, we had a lot of discussion. I just think that we should leave it the way it is. But because the majority of the board thinks that it's a good idea, if the union.
I'm feeling the same way you are, Mrs. Powers. That's why we might need to hold a special meeting next week. I don't know, but I'm just not as comfortable as I'd like to be with it either.
We have a meeting.
But I know we need to move forward.
We have a meeting scheduled already on Tuesday that we will add this to the agenda. So,
Okay.
so if don't we have a meeting next week?
Why would we add it to the agenda?
If we have to change the calendar.
No, I'm saying that this calendar, if this is, I move
We
approval.
already did it.
I move approval of this calendar contingent on approval by MCEA
Okay.
by noon.
So we won't have to do anything? Okay.
Correct.
I was thinking we had to come back and then,
No.
all right,
So if they
perfect.
agree to it, it's this calendar. If not, we do
It's the
the
old
regular
calendar.
school calendar that we have
Starting on the 11th.
starting on the 11th. The teachers
Okay.
come back on the 3rd.
All right, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
So you're voting for that now?
Yes.
So now that's unanimous, correct?
Unanimous.
Well, except for Mr.
Yes.
DiFelici, so
Yes.
wherever he is.
Okay, so, so as we do this, what direction are we giving as far as talking with the union? How do you guys want that to work? Do all the board members want to be involved? How's that? Do we want to give some?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So, the
Who's gonna
board
do
has
it?
held its vote. At this point, the superintendent, with her collective bargaining team, has
Two choices.
two choices. One is to go in and try to have a first agreement as to whether there's calendars that the union and the district are in agreement on. Or they can go in and try to pick up both issues, which would be exceptionally challenging in a short period of time, which is the calendar issue. And then it is very possible that the union will bring up the impact of the live streaming change of conditions.
So, and if I can interject, so my intention with the motion, if this is a motion we agreed upon, was that this is the direction we agreed upon, that we are not looking for us to have an executive session to try to do any of this other stuff, that this is what it is. It's either this, or we'll just use the other one. This is an option that's available to you, but if you don't want that option, we'll go back to the other way to do it. So does that make sense? I mean, so my intention is not
Mrs.
for us to have,
And so that would be the agreement
I
for
would
the
agree with that.
calendar.
Correct.
The remote is a separate piece, but we're
Yeah.
moving forward with what we
Well,
have, and then they
and-
deal with the impact.
all that other
That's
stuff is
the-
other stuff. I'm
that-
just dealing with just the calendar, just
And
the-
that's my expectation. But there is two collective bargaining units not at the table. So they are going to come in either working cooperatively, or they're going to come in however they believe best serves their employee group. So, yes, I understand the proposal. I just recognize
So should I also add a motion that, or should I amend that motion that we just approved on to just, that it has to be signed off by both collective bargaining units?
I think your motion is fine as it
Okay,
stands, but
thank
that's also looking at a history of the parties in the district.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, just to be cleared, will we need to get some sort of agreement from ASME prior to
No.
when we change this calendar?
Phillips?
As a result, I guess if we change the calendar, would we need to have something from them? But not if we revert back to the 11th, because it's the original.
Blake Phillips.
Well, you have to speak into the
mic.
thing.
Blake Phillips. It's my understanding that because of the positions that the ASME employees are in, that we could flex those days. In other words, if we need some ASME employees on the 3 days before Thanksgiving, or if we need them in the December days, that we could flex them on other days.
Is somebody speaking?
You have to yell into that microphone or she can't hear you.
Ms. Steffenthaler, I said, this is Blake Phillips. I just said it's my understanding that because of the nature of the ASME employees' duties, that we can work around flexing those days in November and December, those 5 days. And so I think we really only need the agreement to change the calendar from MCEA.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I shut my,
Open to the board.
open to the board. Ms. Roberts?
So I had a couple things. I want to thank Dr. Miller and everybody else, but especially Dr. Miller today. I'd also like to thank all the members of the search committee and for the consultants for doing a good job with that. I'd also like to, I know that we're bringing back a policy about open to the public that includes the pandemic piece, Madam Superintendent. I would also think we need a policy that talks about use of facilities during a pandemic. So do you need board consensus, or does the board have consensus on that? Hello?
On what, the
Policy for.
Policy for use of facility during a pandemic?
we don't have a policy on.
We don't, that's why I'm saying, that-
I'm
so
fine.
nobody was listening to me,
No,
right?
we're not.
So, so we have a use of facilities policy.
We
that
have a
will
use
add
of
to-
facilities
yeah,
policy, but I
with
think
an
it should be
addendum.
brought back.
Yeah.
We should be doing the workshop and the first read and the second read, the advertising read and the other read, to adjust that use of facility policy to deal with pandemic situations. I also know that on the FSBA call, they talked about the 87.5% reimbursement for PPEs, materials, supplies, et cetera, 75% from FEMA and 12.5% from the emergency management that can go back to January. Expenses can roll back as far as January, and you need to enroll in the program. So Julie went home, but can somebody be sure that we've enrolled in that program? 87.5% of what we're spending? And I agree with Mrs. Powers that we need to figure out the extended day for teachers for the school piece. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
I don't have anything.
Ms. Steffenthaler?
Yes. So I wanted to ask that during each meeting and workshop, if we can ask the district to provide the number of teachers and staff members who may have resigned due to their concerns about the effects of COVID, because I do think we need to make sure we know what, what number staff we're going to have, and also who we might be losing somewhere along the line, because I'm very concerned about what our numbers may be, both for teachers and the rest of the staff, because I know there is a lot of fear out there still, and people that are, I think there were a couple people or 2 to 3 people that resigned at one school this week, that I know of anyway. And I also wanted to request that the superintendent or staff provide data updates at every board meeting and workshop to include the current number of teachers and staff reporting to work versus taking time off due to COVID on FMLA, and student and staff infection reports, as well as community infection reports, including positivity, test rate, hospitalizations, ICU capacity, and all other pertinent information, thus allowing for the board to take action as needed at those meetings. This data will help us make informed decisions regarding the return to school as we move forward, because I know we've made all these plans as far as when we're going to start back. However, if for some reason the trajectory does not change, we may be looking at something different. And I know I know Dr. Jordan and the health department, Carol Ann, they have the matrix and risk management, but we may need to revisit that. So as we've seen throughout this pandemic, the statistics change daily, and as educators, we are expected to use data to drive instruction, to drive student achievement, and I would expect that to maintain the health, well-being, and safety of everyone, we should be using data to drive with that information. I want to thank the superintendent, district staff, administrators, ET, food service, custodial, maintenance, and I may have left people out, but I want to thank you all for all you have done to prepare for the eventual reopening of schools, because I know you've had to change plans 3, 4, 5, I can't even imagine what it's been like for all of you. Thank you to all the task force for all they have done. I know they've spent hours, all of our community partners, health department, hospital, and so on, all that you've done. This has not been easy, and it's not getting any easier, but I just want you to know that I appreciate it. I want to thank the superintendent and her staff, ET, and my fellow board members for their assistance and patience with being sure that the technology worked for me tonight. I'm sorry that it slowed you up, but I just want you to know how much I appreciate you taking the time to make sure that it worked for me. It made a big difference. Thank you. And I want everybody to stay well. Oh, one other thing, I want to congratulate all of our graduates and their families. I'm disappointed I cannot attend the graduations this week, due to my personal situation, but I want to congratulate all of our graduates and their families. I wish them much success and as they continue their journey. Once again, thank you, everybody. Be safe.
So just so you know, Dr. Jordan was waving her hands when you mentioned data. So she is, whatever information, if there's any specific information that a board member wants related to health data, she is our guru, our data guru as related to health and safety in COVID.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
So,
We've also already been asking for the data that she's been asking for, because I know a survey went out regarding who thinks they're coming back, who may be filing for the COVID leave, who may be filing for FMLA, because most of my friends are teachers, and they have personal things going on, and some can come back and some can't.
right.
So,
And those are all personal choices, and I hope, as we are out and about, that we respect everyone's choice, what choice they make, their personal choice for their children, for their careers, all of those are, I hope that, they get the respect and everybody's making the choices the best for their.
It's absolutely their choice. I think that it's just going to help us in terms of planning for, for what we need to do, but I respect everyone's choice also. And Dr. Jordan, I'm guessing that you do get information from the Department of Emergency Management, and that's part of what you are, what you bring to the board each week. Am I correct?
I do not sit on that committee.
But do they send reports to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
One more comment I have as a concern as a healthcare provider is our substitute list. My impression is that our substitute list may be a lot of them may be over 65 since they're retired. That automatically puts them in the high-risk group. And it was suggested to me that you may not even want them, I hate to say it, that's age discrimination, as substitutes because of the liability. But that may be something you want to look at. I don't know. I mean, it was suggested to me as from a healthcare perspective.
The Martin County,
So let me just finish up and then I'll let you.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure they're going to want to work anyway in the environment we're in, so we'll have to see.
Okay, so anyway, thank you all very much. I appreciate it, and I wanted to say too, congratulations to all the graduates. I look forward to participating at all 4 of our local high schools this week, and then I know that the superintendent will be out in Indiantown on Saturday, and so will I, they're having a parade for all the graduates from Indiantown, so we're excited about that. And, thank you all. I know these are not easy decisions to make, and I'm honored to sit up here with you guys and make those decisions. I know we're not going to make everyone happy, but, I know everyone, we all try really hard. So, anyway, thank you. So, Mr. George, did you want to address that substitute? I saw you shaking over there.
we all know that the Martin County School District is not going to discriminate on any way on the basis of age, and that those as adults have their own personal decision that they can make as to whether they feel comfortable substituting.
Personal responsibility. Yeah.
So, and I just, again, I want to recognize the staff that is here. I mean, we've had the captain back to school. I know that this is way more than Tracy Miller has ever imagined would come her way. We've got Captain COVID over here. That was Dr. Featherstone, and there's no playbook on this. There's absolutely no playbook.
Is anyone speaking?
Oh, sorry, Victoria. It's Superintendent. So I am just thanking staff. I mean, here it is at the tardiness of the hour. We still have staff that's been here all day. We've had meetings every day at 7:30, but Dr. Miller has really led the team for the back-to-school plan. We have Dr. Featherstone has led the plan for the COVID team. We've got Julie Sessa. She is not here in the room, but she has been instrumental in this, and I cannot thank them enough. So thank you. That's all.
Okay. Did you have anything else? No. Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
You have to tell her.
Thank you.
She heard that one.